Silence trimming complete. Shield active. System initialized. Scanner gen offline. Shield suspended.
System up and listening to city employees dick around. System up and listening to city employees dick around.
and charged dozens of people, even a single Somalian attacker, for allegedly stealing millions of dollars in taxpayer money, including
keep up with them is, of course, AI, looking for similarities and things to map out. So we already kind of see this, but I do feel like it's going to be going on and getting bigger, where we have, it sounds cool to call it a cybersecurity war, but it's really no different than the cybersecurity war that was fought before AI. When there's a new tool,
Can I do something to dispatch? Stand by, please. Simple.
Lake Copy, I was off at 5.
Renaming and preparation complete.
Right, 310-6905.
Album art workflow and verification complete. Database. The entire audio workflow is finished.
In 2025, they're often the least important part of the setup because what actually makes you trackable usually has nothing to do with the IP address. It's your browser, your behavior,
okay, and request from the public to comment or comment
so you
on
actually
any
want
items
to
not
reduce
contained
functions
in
and
the
layers. And these tools do more for your privacy than any sponsor solution ever will. So first, guys,
to make public comment.
Yes or no?
Okay.
Let's start with what almost nobody can.
So you want to start a business. You might think you need a team of people and fancy tech skills, but you don't. You just need GoDaddy Arrow. I'm Walton Goggins, and as an actor, I'm an expert in looking like I know what I'm doing. GoDaddy Arrow uses AI to create everything you need to grow a business. It'll make you a unique logo. It'll create a custom website. It'll write social posts for you, even set you up with a social media calendar. Get started at GoDaddy.com/Arrow. That's GoDaddy.com/AI.
Registered to Adam,
You cannot really do this if you're not doing it. Have you already done it? I'm getting it right now. It's you.
cannot reach enough support, and harassed 18 has just been released. This latest edition is based on the Ubuntu 24.04 LTS and still has support until June 2029, after which an upgrade should be straightforward. And in this respect, note that an upgrade tool will soon allow an upgrade from iOS 17 to 18.
Fake
However,
dispatch
here we're
radio
going
code
to do
bullshit.
clean install, so let's go over to the download page.
phase dipoles at 50 megahertz or 6 meters frequencies. So each one of these guys is a half-wave dipole, so that's 3 meters or about 10 feet from there to there. They're all on different posts. They're dual polarization. And this is all steered by electronic phasing. So even back in the 50s, you could do this. In Europe, we'll have another geospace remote sensing radar that's about that size, but with fully electronic steering down to the element level.
Has reached support, and iOS 18 has just been released. Its latest edition is based on the Ubuntu 24.04 LTS and so has support until June 2029, after which an upgrade should be straightforward. And in this respect, note that an upgrade tool will soon allow an upgrade from iOS 17 to 18.
Fake
However,
dispatch
here
radio
we're going
code
to do
bullshit.
a clean install, so let's go over to the download page.
Recent kernel, recent drivers, you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they do. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
Right.
Shield active.
Canceling one patient usually. 10:22. It's in another hour.
Unit 4 base.
Oh.
3021 is ready.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
In today's In today's video, I'm going to give you a complete guide on everything you need to know about shipping container homes. Whether you're thinking of building one yourself, buying one from a reputable company, or just curious about this trend, this video is for you. So what is a shipping container home? Well, as the name suggests, it's a home made out of used shipping containers. You know, those big metal boxes that are used to transport goods around the world. They come in different sizes, shapes, and colors. The most common ones are 20 feet long, 8 feet wide, and 8.5 feet high. That's about 160 square feet of floor space, which may not sound like much. With some creativity and design, you can turn it into a cozy and comfortable living space. But why would you want to live in a shipping container home? Well, there are many benefits to this type of housing, such as cost. Shipping containers can be bought for as little as $1,000, but rarely cost more than $5,000. This is far cheaper than framing a house. While you can expect to spend a fair bit more renovating it and getting it ready to live in, the cost of building using shipping containers is going to be far less than constructing a home with traditional materials. Eco-friendliness. By using shipping containers, you're recycling and reusing materials that would otherwise end up in landfills or rusting away. Shipping containers are also durable and resistant to weather, pests, and fire, which means they require less maintenance and energy consumption than conventional homes. Mobility. Shipping containers are designed to move around, so you can easily transport your home to a new location if you want to. You can also stack them on top of each other or arrange them side by side, creating larger or more complicated structures. You can even take them apart and reassemble them in a different way if you feel like changing things up. Customization. Shipping containers are like blank canvases that you can paint and decorate however you like. You can cut out windows, doors, skylights, or even entire walls to create openings and connections. You can also add insulation, flooring, plumbing, electricity, and other amenities to make your home more comfortable and functional. The possibilities are endless. Of course, living in a shipping container home also comes with some challenges and drawbacks, such as building codes. Although shipping container housing is becoming more popular, many towns and counties have certain building code restrictions on these homes. You may need to obtain permits, inspections, and approvals before you can start your project. You may also need to comply with zoning, safety, and aesthetic regulations that may limit your design options or increase your costs. Finding containers. Once you get the okay from your local municipality, start your search for an appropriate container to use. You want to find one that's in good condition, without any major dents, rust, or holes. You also want to make sure that the container is not being used to transport hazardous or toxic materials, as this may pose a health risk. You can buy containers from online platforms, local dealers, or shipping companies, but always inspect them before you buy them. Financing your project. Depending on the size and complexity of your shipping container home, you may need to secure some funding to cover the expenses. However, not all banks and lenders are willing to finance this type of construction, as they may consider it too risky or unconventional. You may need to shop around for a suitable loan, or use alternative sources of financing, such as crowdfunding, personal savings, or family and friends. Hiring a contractor. Unless you have the skills and experience to build a shipping container home yourself, you may need to hire a professional contractor to help you with the project. You want to find someone who has done this kind of work before, and who can provide you with references, portfolios, and estimates. You also want to make sure that you have a clear contract that outlines the scope, timeline, and budget of the project, as well as the responsibilities and liabilities of each party. Staying safe. Working with shipping containers can be dangerous, especially if you're cutting, welding, or lifting them. You need to take proper precautions and wear protective gear, such as gloves, goggles, and helmets. You also need to follow the instructions and guidelines of the manufacturer, contractor, and local authorities. You don't want to compromise the structural integrity or the safety of your shipping container home. So how do you get started with building a shipping container home? The first step is to get a clear idea of what you want your home to look like, how big you want it to be, how many containers you need, and how you want to arrange them. You also need to consider the location, orientation, foundation, and utilities of your home. You can use online tools such as Floor Planner or SketchUp to create a 3D model of your shipping container home. You can also get inspiration from other shipping container home projects, such as these ones. The Manifesto House in Chile, which uses 2 40-foot containers and 2 20-foot containers to create a spacious and modern home with a large terrace and a green roof. Containers of Hope in Costa Rica, which uses 2 40-foot containers to create a cozy and rustic home with a sloped roof and a large window. The WFH House in China, which uses 3 40-foot containers to create a sleek and minimalist home with a solar panel roof and a rainwater collection system. Once you have your design ready, you can move on to the next step, which is to buy your containers. As I mentioned earlier, you can buy containers online, locally, or from shipping companies. You can also choose between new or used containers, depending on your budget and price. New containers are more expensive, but they're also more reliable and easier to work with. Used containers are cheaper, but they may have some wear and tear, and they may require more cleaning and preparation. After you buy your containers, you need to transport them to your site. This can be done by truck, train, or ship, depending on the distance and the availability. You may need to pay for the delivery fee, as well as the crane fee, if you need to lift your containers onto your foundation. You may also need to clear the site and level the ground before you place your containers. The next step is to modify your containers. This is where you cut out the openings for windows, doors, and other features. You also need to weld the containers together if you're stacking or joining them. You also need to install the insulation, flooring, plumbing, electricity, and other amenities that you want in your home. This is the most labor-intensive and costly part of the project, so you may want to hire a contractor to do this for you. The final step is to finish your shipping container home. This is where you add the finishing touches, such as painting, decorating, furnishing, and landscaping. You can also add some features that will make your home more eco-friendly, such as solar panels, rainwater harvesting, composting toilets, and so on. This is the most fun and creative part of the project, so you can let your personality and style shine through. And that's it. You just built your own shipping container home. Congratulations! Wait, really, you don't want to build a shipping container home yourself? What if you want to buy one that's already made and ready to move in? Well, you're in luck, because there aren't many companies that offer prefabricated shipping container homes that you can order online and have delivered to your site. These homes are designed and built by professionals, and they come in different sizes, shapes, and styles. They also come with all the amenities and features that you need, such as insulation, flooring, plumbing, electricity, and so on. So there you have it. Everything you need to know about shipping container homes. I hope you enjoyed this video and learned something new. If you did, please give it a thumbs up and share it with your friends. And if you have any questions or comments, please leave them below. I'd love to hear from you. And if you're interested in living in a shipping container home yourself, or just want to see more of them, make sure to check out my other videos, where I show you some of the most amazing and innovative shipping container homes around the world. You won't believe what people have done with these metal boxes. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye!
Let's go.
That's 3 containers, each one is 8 feet long, so it's 24 by 40. As you can see in the 3D model out here, the container home is supported by 16 cylindrical concrete columns, 4 rows by 4 rows.
And so that's what you see here, setting up batter boards. They're basically pieces of wood set up a few feet beyond the footprint of the foundation, and then you attach strings to the wood at pre-measured points, and the strings provide visual and measurement accurate reference points for digging foundation holes and more.
Romancing the pod. Romancing the pod.
Here I am putting the last few strings in place, and as you can see, I love this shot here at the end of all the strings lining up in a nice level plane.
Now guys, half a day of digging, 4 of these suckers done. That being said, the elevation of the ground was lower here, so we didn't have to dig as deep. Probably about an hour of sunlight left. I'm going to see if I can knock out a couple more of these. Probably just one more. And that'll be, after that, it'll be 11 to go, 11 left.
So a few months ago, I announced on my channel that I'm offering services where I turn your shipping container home idea into a custom 3D model. Since then, I've been hired by over 30 viewers of this channel to bring their container homes to life in fully explorable 3D. My services include the final 3D model, various image drawings of the house with dimension measurements, and I can even create highly realistic images and video tours of the home if you really want to show off. So if you have a container home idea that you'd like to see brought to life in a fully explorable custom 3D model, feel free to email me using my email, which I have listed down in the description of this video to learn more. I've gotten some comments over the months from people asking about what about the cost of the labor that I had to put into this house build. You know, one thing I will say is that as you watch this video unfold and you see all this, you know, manual labor that I put into the house, all the grinding, welding, cutting the holes out of windows, etc., all this stuff that you're going to see here, it actually isn't showing you the other 50% of the work, which was researching and planning. Which I did pretty much entirely by myself. You know, they say knowing is half the battle. Well, easily half of the hours of work that I put into building this container home, without a doubt, was in the researching and planning, which there really isn't footage of that because it was just me in that temporary RV I was living in, just on my laptop, Googling things, YouTubing videos, watching. It took me about 3 weeks of research to learn to be ready to make the purchase for all the welding equipment that I needed. When you see a video like this and you see the sort of the physical execution and actual construction, well, there is also the behind-the-scenes researching and planning that I did for many, many hours.
The next step is to cut sono tubes to the right length. This is actually a lot easier said than done. The main challenge is how do you cut a perfectly straight line around the cylinder. We eventually found a unique method where you cut a small piece off the factory edge of one of the tubes, cut the circle open, cut a few slits through, and insert a hose point. Just like that. What you're left with is a size-adjustable, factory straight-line edge ring to use as a physical guide as you cut your straight line around the tubes. Per my structural engineer's plan, each tube has to be cut to a length of 46 inches. So this here was a tough one. Here I am lifting one of the sono tubes up into place by myself. They weren't too heavy, but getting a good stance was a bit awkward, given all the holes in the ground and the rebar everywhere. As I've built the actual house, I've continued adding to and developing the 3D model. The model actually provides me incredible assistance as I can plan every aspect of the home in advance and figure out what parts and pieces work for framing, bolting, etc. This includes the many decisions I had to make about framing, like how to frame the corners of a container home where the double top plate should overlap, but can't because of that big corner cube your container has. windows in the container, which as you can see in the 3D model, there were multiple layers to the final system I ended up using. This new updated 3D model is available to download and explore right now. Just click the link in the description below to learn more.
Right now. You know, it went in pretty well, but obviously here it's still elevated. Little smack don't fix. Now we're looking a lot better here. I don't think that's going anywhere. Today I am going to be working on treating the rust on the shipping containers. The containers aren't even on the foundation, so you might be like, why are you worrying about getting rid of some rust and you haven't even put the containers on the foundation yet? Well, because there's 3 containers and they're going to go all 3 of them squashed together right next to each other. That means that some of these walls of the container are going to be forever sealed, like a tomb, sealed forever. Trading day is finally over. The building blocks of my home are in their final resting place. A long journey still awaits. It's not home yet. It's time to cut the walls out from the interior walls of the shipping container home. There's cut number 1. This whole wall is going to get taken out. Now the next cut is 118 inches. And once again, we're arriving at the same time to log in. And here we are back on my desktop with a welcome wizard. And there's various things that can be done here, some of which I will do later in the video. But the critical one is that if you have an video, there is a video graphics card, you need to load the in video. Now been removed. It's definitely a big step, but I'm working with stuff. And those guys are there. We're moving on to next. How do you feel? In the meantime, I'm going to start working on the back garage
Now these are pretty big gaps, as you can see. They actually measure about just under an inch, and it actually gets a little thinner as you go over there. The reason for that is that there are some slight inconsistencies in the container. Sometimes a little crooked or bent. There's technically always a gap between containers, because as you can see, the corner fittings used on the corners, they stick out a little more than the top rail here. There's always going to be a gap. We finished caulking the gaps. That's layer one of the defense from water leaks and penetration on the roof. The next step, though, now is to cut long metal strips that go on top of the caulking steel. And I'm going to get those long metal strips from some of the walls, container walls we cut out. Now, today, we are going to be finally welding these strips that I cut out from the walls as plates over the gap. So the caulk is pretty much dried as far as I can tell. And now we're going to put this over, we're going to be welding it into place. Now today, covering the holes in the corner fittings of the containers. Now, if you take a look up there at the corners, there's those cubes. If you look inside of here, where the two containers meet, water can also potentially leak into the house. So the idea was, aside from caulking it up in there as a bit of a preventative measure, I figured, let me not let water pool in here at all. And even though it looks like it could easily flow out, it just doesn't seem like a good idea. So what I figured was, cover these holes up. but has arrived. A new 20-foot container has just arrived. Eventually, it's just going to be like a storage shed, so it'll be in the back somewhere behind the home. But for now, I have it up here up front near the road, near the front of the property. It's going to be like a temporary loading bay. A bunch of lumber coming in for the internal framing of the house. And so when that arrived, I figured this would be a great place to temporarily store the lumber. That was literally a slave. I just hear a truck outside wake me up. The lumber is here, folks. New updated 3D model is available to download and explore right now. Just click the link in the description below to learn more. So we've arrived to another very, very big and important day. Today is window outline, trace, drawing, and eventual cutting out the window.
Completed.
You cut windows out on a shipping
Process
container where you take your angle
3,300.
grinder and you cut the hole. But don't you wish it was that easy to just chop the hole out? No. We have to be extremely precise. As you can see, 53 and 7/8 inch width, 39 and 1/8 inch height. Okay, and so again, with the bottom line marked, now I've got to mark the top line. I've already begun. All right, we've got the laser level now sitting on its back, providing us with a vertical line mark. Yes! Yes! Woo! Oh, look at that guillotine. Oh my god. 4 more to go. It's going to look amazing with these windows already. Still kind of looks like it's just a rusty old box, but it's coming together real quick. Okay, here we are, guys. All 5 windows cut out, as you're already well aware. When you cut out a window, you got to reinforce it. Here we have our angle iron. These are 2 by 2 by 1/8 inch thick angle iron. No, it's not final, and it hasn't been welded into place. But I just stuffed it in there. Oh, see, that looks perfect, man. Wow. That is perfect perfection. There.
And this is all steered by electronic spacing. So even back in the 50s, you could do this.
All right, everybody. So it's an interesting time right now. All the numbers already here. I can start framing already. But I think it would be wise. Windows and doors haven't arrived yet. I think it would be wise to go ahead and just start welding angle irons to the cutouts. up now with the small pieces of angle iron. That's an example of what it looks like. This goes in right up into that nut, the L shape with the angle iron fits perfect. Give it a little bit of a clamp, and I'll have no problem welding right here and right there. No problem at all. Of course, I have it all the way around. I got that L piece right there. That one right there. Cut it up here on the sides here. Okay, just finished welding this window. Take a look. Still haven't cleaned these up, so it's still covered in splatter. Yeah, these things, they ain't moving anytime soon.
Silence trimming completed. Processed 3,300.
Alright, so I've been out here for, I don't know, 3.5 hours or so. Slowly making progress on my first wall framing my whole life. So if 3.5 hours seems like too long for framing a wall, well, there you have it. First wall ever, you're getting the hang of it. Alright, next section is in place. Piece number 1, then piece number 2 starts here, where you see the bottom plate end and start. It's a very interesting situation because the top plate on this one stops right where this one, the window starts. So I had to get the measurements perfect. Almost the entire 40-foot span wall framed. Man, I would love to be completely done framing by the end of April, if not way sooner. So I'm going to see if I go on a spree every day. Frame. 2 days, and obviously the learning curve, so the first day took the longest. So more framing. See these joists here, attached to joist hangers. You got your bottom plate. This is interesting here. This is a hold down. Has a bolt right there. It's nutted on, screwed into this corner post, and then that bolt there goes straight down through the floor of the shipping container, and it's embedded into the concrete column itself with an epoxy glue, adhesive, I guess you can call it. All right, let's knock this thing out.
actual house, I've continued adding to and developing the 3D model. The model actually provides me incredible assistance as I can plan every aspect of the home in advance and figure out what parts and pieces work for framing, electrical, plumbing, etc. This includes the many decisions I had to make about framing, like how to frame the corners of a container home where the double top plate should overlap, but can't because of that big corner cube containers have. Other things like how to install windows in a container, which as you can see in the 3D model, there were multiple layers to the final system I ended up using. This new updated 3D model is available to download and explore right now. Just click the link in the description below to learn more.
Alright everybody, so welcome back to another update video. Today I'm going to be doing a plumbing tour for this shipping container home. Come around here. This is the main exit to the septic tank. So as you can see, here's a little better idea. I spent weeks planning, researching, compiling all the things I needed to buy, putting the order in through Home Depot so it could be delivered here. Execution, I basically spent 7 days straight flopping around in the sand installing plumbing. I'm impressed with what I did because I was basically by myself the whole time, did it all, and there was really very few hiccups. I had a few issues, a few things I screwed up, needed to go back and kind of rework. Again, nothing significant, nothing crazy. But first let's start on the outside and let me show you guys in more detail what is going on here. So here we have sort of the end of the line. So this is right underneath the kitchen sink. We have a clean out plug and adapter at the end. Clean out plug and adapter at the end of the line. This is the kitchen sink. As you can see, the drain for the kitchen sink runs out the bottom of the floor. We got a 90-degree elbow, a little bit of extra pipe. Here we have a 45-degree street elbow right here. That 45 connects to a Y, and this Y is a 3-inch by 1.5, if I'm not mistaken, inch. So it's a 3, and a 1.5. We continue, our main line comes through. We have galvanized straps that kind of double loop in a sense. And there are screws through the bottom of these beams underneath the shipping container. These steel beams, these screws right into it, and that ain't going up. So we continue. We follow the main line. We continue to the next eventful moment here. This here is actually the drain for the laundry. This is the drain for the laundry, believe it or not. But if you follow it up, as you'll see when I go inside the house, it's also the vent for multiple fixtures. The clothes washer drains down, and again we have a sort of similar setup here, where we have a 90-degree, this is a 2-inch now, this is a 2-inch pipe, because it's a vent pipe as well. So this 2-inch 90, we got a small piece of PVC in the middle to connect with this 45-degree street, 45-degree 2-inch street bend, which now connects to this Y here. This is a 3 by 3 by 2-inch Y, and then of course that now continues down the main line.
Sun exposure.
Continues. We got another galvanized strap.
Prior skin cancer family history.
Continues over here.
And others. And whereas FDA cleared treatment options for
And again,
melanoma skin cancer include
sort of end of the line.
guided superficial radiation.
We just follow that all the way back there. Coming. Here, septic guy's going to continue it. One of the guy who's installing the septic system, you can do that.
by authors,
He's going to continue the 3
and others, and
into the
whereas
septic system
individuals
somewhere in this vicinity. But that's not the end of the plumbing, because as you can see, we have a connection here. Let's pull back for a second so you can see the whole thing. So I'm going to do something here real quick. I want to go ahead and open these doors, and it just occurred to me right now. This will give you a lot better sense of what the hell's going on plumbing-wise. Yeah, why didn't I think of this? The 2-inch vent out the roof comes down, and then acts as a connection over here. This is actually a drain line for the bathroom sink, which is over here, actually, hidden behind the green door. Shower, toilet, bathroom sink. The bathroom sink, the water drains, it comes this way. Boom, this is acting as a vent for the bathroom drain. It comes down, sweeps in, and comes out. To your left here, we have the toilet, comes down, sweeps in. And over here, as you see, that's the bathtub. That's the plumbing for the bathtub. A little part sticks up. And of course, the bathroom comes down. It drains over here. It connects to this because this stack is acting as a vent for the the shower as well. That's why.
Hi, I'm Ben, and this is the house I built out of shipping containers. Now, I've been interested in shipping container architecture for quite some time, but I had a really hard time finding good information about how to get building permits or how much would it cost. Well, we did the research, documented everything that we did, and now we're so excited to share with you what we learned. So check it out.
This is episode 3, where we'll install the doors, windows, and insulation. One of my favorite design features is this pair of gel-twin bifolding doors that we installed parallel to each other. Overall, we tried to keep the amount of glass at a minimum since that adds cost, and wherever we add glass, we have to cut away some of the container. But we did splurge on this one dramatic moment that allows the inside and outside of the home to merge together. So when we left off in episode 2, we had just been installing these steel frames for the openings for these big doors. I wanted to create a little more visual separation between these doors and the corrugated metal. So I welded some 1/8 of an inch thick plate steel to the tube steel frame. I did this on the south side, and even though the motivation was primarily aesthetic to create some visual relief, this will provide a little bit of passive solar shading as well. We lifted the top piece into place so that we could get a precise mark for the length, and then cut it and welded it into place. We cut the side pieces at a slight angle so that when we welded in the top piece, it would be sloped to shed water. Now, typically in an environment like this, I would install much longer overhangs, but I'll explain my thinking for these shorter ones in the design notes at the end of this episode. These gel-twin bifolding doors came unassembled, which made them easier to ship. Prior to assembling the frames, we had already installed some strips of 1-inch thick wood that we will set the door frames on. We moved the frame into position, checked to make sure it was level, and then screwed through the frame and into the wood surrounding it. We added shims where needed and were careful not to overdrive the screws and bend or tweak the frame. I will post the full specs for these doors on the Modern Home Project website. Once the frame was secure, we could install the door panels one at a time. Now, I like bifolding doors because they create such visual drama because you can open them all the way up. They can be, however, a little bit more finicky and difficult to operate than, say, sliding glass doors. As with most things in life, there's a trade-off. With this project, we decided to go with the visual drama and really capitalize on the view since this was going to be primarily used as a vacation house. Now, there was some gaps between the steel frame that we welded in and the frame for the doors. We used fire-resistant spray foam insulation to fill in these gaps. We're going to cover these foam-filled gaps with angle steel and flat bar. We sprayed the pieces first with rusty metal primer and then welded them in place. We used this piece of angle steel to hide the wood underneath the door frame and then welded these really thin half-inch pieces of angle section to the tube steel frame, and that just covered up those gaps around the sides. We used a piece of flat bar to hide the gap along the top. The sparks and splatter from the welding can damage the windows, so make sure you protect them. We were priming the backside of these pieces of metal trim with rusty metal primer. We had a few people suggest that we should be using a weld-through primer, but then we also heard that these aren't that great, so let us know your opinion in the comment section below. The rest of the doors are all swing doors that have glass panels in them. These are also from Jeld-Wen. Once again, it's just about getting them nice and level, using shims to stabilize it, and then screwing through the door frames and into the wood around it. Every door in this house is technically a patio door and has glass in it. I just figured if I was going to take the time to cut an opening, I might as well be letting some light in. We used a few different types of great stuff spray foam insulation for this house. The reason we used fire blocking foam on the outside gaps is so that it wouldn't catch on fire when we welded on the steel trim to cover it. While I was waiting for the foam to expand, I trimmed the shims using a multi-tool. Tony had used a 2x8 underneath this door, which was wider than we needed, so I drilled a hole and then trimmed it with my jigsaw. I'm going to slide a piece of angle steel over the wood but under the door sill, and I used a chisel just to shave the wood down a little bit so it would fit. Cleaned up the metal and then welded it in place. The foam had expanded, but there was still a few gaps, so I just went in one more time to fill those in. I find that it's easier to do it in multiple passes than to try to overspray and then have to clean up all that mess. Once the foam had fully cured, I took a knife and trimmed it flush to the door frame. Now I can weld in a piece of angle section that will cover that gap, and a piece of flat bar at the top. There's still another window to do, and we did this the same as before, just applying some caulk on the inside of the steel frame, and then securing the window through the nailing flange with self-tapping screws. If I was to do this again, I think I would have installed the windows from the outside, and then created a second trim piece to cover the nailing flanges. With the window secured, we then added an additional 2x4s around it, and then screwed through the window and into that wood. Now for the inside gaps around the windows and doors, we used the window door great stuff. This version is formulated so that it won't overexpand and bend the window and door frames. We also took regular great stuff and started foaming around all the framing. We really focused on the irregular nooks and crannies that would be difficult to fill with rigid insulation. This spray foam is helping to seal up all the little gaps in the construction, which will greatly reduce our air infiltration and improve the energy performance. We also started the electrical rough-ins, which involved installing all the electrical boxes and running the wires. This is the last chance to walk through the entire house and really make sure you have all the switches and outlets exactly where you want them. Typically for a design like this, I would specify spray foam insulation, but since we wanted to do it ourselves, we chose to use rigid insulation, which is easy to cut with a box cutter. We're going to use a combination of 2-inch thick, 1-inch thick, and 1/2-inch thick rigid insulation to fill in the gaps in between the 2x4s. For the ceilings, we started with pieces of 2-inch thick insulation, which we put on top of the double sill plate, and it kind of fit nicely up there. Later we taped in between the seams to seal each layer. Now, no one on this team had ever built a shipping container house before, so we were definitely learning as we went, and one of the things we liked to do was to build ahead on one small area of the house. This way we could kind of test out our construction systems, see how everything would sort of go together, and then make better informed decisions as we applied it over the majority of the construction. So we insulated this one end wall and then sheathed it with 1/2-inch thick OSB. Later on we would switch to plywood because it has a little bit less formaldehyde than the OSB. Now some of the biggest gaps are between the corners of the steel containers and the wood framing. And here's where I made a real big mess with spray foam insulation. I was going around just sealing up all the nooks and crannies, and I kept trying to spray more foam into that big corner gap. I would spray some in, move around to other areas, then come back and spray a little bit more in, and then it started spreading and getting kind of out of control. Jesse came in to start measuring and cutting the insulation panels, and if you keep your eye on the pile, you'll just see it keep growing and growing and growing. Now, a number of things went wrong. First, we just sprayed in too much, too fast. Also, the air out here in the desert is quite dry, and spray foam cures a little bit better if there's a little bit of moisture. So we looked at applying a little bit of water with a spray bottle helps the spray foam expand and fill out these bigger gaps. To fix this, we also took a bunch of scraps of rigid insulation and stuffed them into the gaps first. This way there's a little bit of structure for the foam to go around and hang on to. There you go, all filled up. We would slide in the first piece of insulation, apply a little bit of spray foam around the edges, and then add in the additional pieces. We filled in all the gaps, and then sprayed around all the electrical boxes as well. Now we already have some insulation in between the steel floor joists, but we want a layer of continuous insulation on top of it. So we're going to apply these subfloor insulated panels. These are a really cool product that are often used for remodeling basements, and it's just a layer of OSB laminated to foam. They cut easily with a circular saw, and then you can just glue them down to the floor using liquid nails subfloor adhesive. For the pieces around the door, we trimmed just the OSB part of the panel so that the foam would slide right underneath the door's threshold. I really like this system. The 2-foot by 4-foot panels were really easy to handle, and the whole installation went really quick. Now we ran out of these panels for the third container, so we decided to come up with a different way to do it. So after we screwed the plywood floor panels back down, we nailed in 2x4s on the flat side every 16 inches on center. We then filled in these gaps with pieces of 1.5 inch thick foam, and then nailed down plywood on top of that. Now in general, my strategy for this project was to use my hired labor to do the more conventional parts, like the 2x4 framing, applying the plywood, and insulating, while I focused on the steel work. I think this strategy sort of makes sense because in most areas it's easier to find affordable framing labor than it is to find affordable steel workers that have welding experience. I wanted to make a thin plate steel frame to go around one of the bedroom windows. So I cut and welded pieces of plate steel together, but I was careful to make sure that there was a bit of a taper on the top and bottom panels. This way water that lands on it will drain right off the edge. I prepped the tube steel frame and then welded on a piece of angle steel that will serve as a ledge to support this big trim piece. I used magnets to hold the piece of angle steel level and then welded it to the tube steel frame. All of the welding that I did on this project was done with my Forney 3-in-1 welder. I can't recommend this machine highly enough. It's affordably priced, powerful, and incredibly versatile. We lifted the trim piece into place and then welded it to the tube steel. We still didn't have power to the site at this point, so all this welding had to be done with a generator. We used this Ryobi generator to power all the heavy-duty tools and the welding, and then we used our Goal Zero system to keep all of the batteries charged for all of our handheld power tools. It was an effective combination because it allowed us to keep the noise down when all we needed to do was charge batteries, but then still have power when we needed it. Shipping containers have holes so that they can be picked up with forklifts. So I cut some pieces of 1/8 inch plate steel, primed the back of them, and then welded them into place. The plumbers cut some notches into this bottom beam in order to fit in some of the elbow pieces for their drain pipes. So I just took some of the extra corrugated steel and cut patches for those. There are some really big openings at the ends of the 40-foot containers, so again I cut long strips of 1/8 inch plate steel and I welded on 2 small pieces of angle steel so I'd have something to clip my welding ground onto. The structural engineer required 1/2 inch sheathing on all the interior walls, so while I was patching up the steel, the rest of the guys started cutting and nailing in all the plywood. Now this does seem like overkill to me, but I'm not an engineer and I couldn't find an engineer that would sign off on it without specifying this type of sheathing. The good news is that it'll be really easy to hang pictures in this house since there will be plywood right underneath the drywall. Typically this type of sheathing is applied on the outside edge of all the 2x4s, but because we started with a complete container, that would have been a little bit difficult. In our location, all new houses have to have sprinkler systems in them for fire suppression, so we had to wait for a specialty installer to come and install all these pipes before adding additional insulation around them. We installed another layer of insulation over those pipes with just the sprinkler heads sticking through. Now there are a lot of tasks you can do yourself to save money, but I highly recommend hiring experts to apply gypsum board. An experienced crew is so fast at it, and they're going to do a much better job at mudding, taping, and sanding than I could. Not only would I be struggling physically with the dexterity for each one of these steps, I'd be overthinking each process as well. This crew was able to do the whole house in just 2 days. They screwed on the panels, mudded and taped the seams, put trim on all the corners, and then did a full skim coat over the top. The skim coat is definitely something I wouldn't have attempted as a DIY project, because if you aren't able to apply it perfectly flat, you're going to spend a whole lot of time sanding.
Hello. In this edition of Design Notes, we're going to go over what I learned about reinforcing openings in shipping containers. We're going to check out the installation details, and we're going to talk a little bit about passive solar overhangs.
Let's start with why I think angle steel is a better option for reinforcing openings than tube steel. The width of the corrugation on a shipping container is pretty substantial, and that makes it a little bit challenging to get perfect cutouts. Even when I went nice and slow, I occasionally had gaps ranging between 1/8 of an inch and 1/4 of an inch. It's also very difficult to hold them in the right position while you're getting ready to weld them because there's nothing for the tube steel frame to rest against. The corners of tube steel have a radius to them, so even if you cut the openings perfect, that radius will slope away from the corrugated metal that you're trying to weld it to. Another issue that's totally fine for this climate, but isn't ideal overall, there isn't any overlap, and that means we're relying a lot just on the sealant. With the angle steel, we have 3 inches of overlap, so even if the sealant failed, it would be hard for wind-driven rain to get up past that flange. That flange also makes the installation process a lot easier because it gives you a positive stop where you can push the frame all the way up against the corrugation. And even if you cut the hole a little bit too big, you're still going to have a lot of these positive stop points to weld the steel together. The gaps between the corrugation and the flange on the frame can be filled with closed cell spray foam. I also think the angle steel just creates a better looking frame from the exterior. Alright, let's move on to insulation. For the walls, we were able to get between 3 and 3.5 inches of insulation, which gets us to about R19 to 21. For the floors, we hit R46, but remember, the majority of that has steel going through it, so it's not going to be as effective as the continuous insulation. For the roof, we hit a total of R48, and 26 of that is continuous. The floors of the container came with this really thick plywood. There are steel beams underneath it, and in there we just filled in with a lot of rigid insulation. Mice and other critters sometimes like to burrow through rigid insulation, so we made sure to seal along the bottom side steel rail with some quickcrete precision grout. Above the plywood is where we get our nice continuous insulation using the OSB insulated panels. The sill plate ends up beneath this panel, so we added some short pieces of 2x4 in between the studs just to give us a little bit more material to nail and screw the plywood and gypsum board too. For the roof insulation, it's all about working around the structural connections. The first continuous layer of 2-inch insulation sits on top of the double 2x4 top plate and gets pushed right up against the 2-inch tube steel. We used 2x4s on joist hangers for the ceiling and was able to get another continuous layer of 2-inch insulation right above them. We shoved an additional insulation in between the 2x4 ceiling joists, but some of this had to be cut out to make room for fire sprinklers and ceiling lights.
Passive solar design is all about understanding how sun angles work and designing a building so that you let more sun in when it's too cold
and keep the sun out when it's too warm. This is typically done with overhangs above any windows or doors. On the south side of a building, the sun will be at a steeper angle during the summer, and then it'll drop to a little bit lower in the winter. So you can side overhangs to keep the sun out during the hot summer months, but still let it in to warm up the house in the winter. Typically, I would select the length for these overhangs from a chart of best practices. Or if we wanted to get really precise like I did with my architecture firm, we would actually build a full energy model to really simulate how the building's going to work. But in both cases, you're taking in a lot of assumptions. And with this project, since I'm actually going to be able to live in it and measure it, I decided to go a little bit more conservative onto overhangs at first, then really measure and see how well they are working, and only add a little bit more as needed. It's a really cool opportunity to design in real time and constantly improve the building, and I'm super excited about measuring these things and tweaking and adjusting them. Now obviously the sun angles are going to be different in different parts of the world. This is a handy chart that I created with one of my previous design companies that kind of separates it into a few basic groups and then gives you really good rules of thumb for sizing your own passive solar overhangs. I'll post this chart on the Modern Home Project website. Thanks for watching episode 3. We're still working on episode 4. We should have it for you soon. I know you've all been waiting, and we appreciate that. In episode 4, we're going to cover the HVAC systems and some of the other technical aspects of the home. So stay tuned and make sure you hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Thanks. Bye. This is episode 4 of how to build a shipping container house, and we're going to focus on how we installed this above ground septic system. Let's begin with the question that my friend's 7-year-old daughter asked when visiting a construction site. Where does the poop go? This is actually a really important question when designing in rural locations that don't have access to a municipal sewer system. The answer for this house is a little bit different than most. It ends up in these wildflower gardens. When you flush the toilet, run the sink, or take a shower in the house, the water and waste all ends up going into a 3-inch diameter pipe and flows down into a septic tank. We purchased a 1,500-gallon concrete septic tank, and we needed a crane to drop it into the hole that we dug just about 60 feet away from the house. Even though the tank just looks like a big simple block, it actually has a few key features inside that separate the waste into 3 different layers. The majority of the volume coming in is water, but as it collects in the tank, it starts to stratify. Grease, oil, and soap bubbles float up to the top to form a layer of scum. Solid waste sinks down to the bottom where it slowly dissolves to form sludge. In the middle we have a layer of water that is full of small particles of waste. This is often called effluent. This water is full of bacteria and chemicals like nitrogen and phosphorus, which actually make really good plant fertilizer. So we are going to pump out that effluent and use it to fertilize and water the flower beds. This is important because the 1,500-gallon tank would get filled awfully quick if we didn't remove this large component of wastewater. Using these above-ground concrete planters wasn't our first idea. Originally, we thought we'd do a very conventional septic system where the effluent just drains by gravity into a leach field. But in order to get a leach field system approved by the county, you have to perform a percolation test that demonstrates that the soil on the property can handle it. This is done by drilling holes into the ground and seeing how fast water disperses in the holes. We tried a bunch of different locations on the property, but we kept getting rock about a foot or 2 beneath the surface. We finally found the location where we didn't immediately hit the rock, and it was really cool to see this giant modular drill bit snaps together so you can keep going deeper and deeper. Soil samples are also collected and sent to a lab for testing to determine their capacity for distributing the water and remediating it. The water test wasn't looking good, and later when we got back a full report from the engineering firm, we learned that due to the poor draining nature of the soil, we would need an area bigger than what we had available for a proper leach field. The guy that we hired to dig the foundations suggested that we over-excavate a large portion of the site and then fill it in with soil to create an area of dirt that drains better. But after half a day of trying to dig through the rock, he was wearing through the teeth on his excavator really quickly, and we realized that it'd be cheaper just to bring in concrete containers. Seeing these nice solid rock walls in the French though definitely made me think about doing an underground project in the future. So we struck out on the percolation test. The over-excavation plan really wasn't working that well, and so we turned to our friends over at Action Pumping to come up with a above-ground leach field design. In addition to the 1,500-gallon concrete septic tank, we also bought 4 of these 1,000-gallon planters. Knowing that we were going to be going against a lot of rock, we had bigger excavators one bigger than the tank all the way around, and this is all steered by electronic phase change back in the 50s. This way they'd have a nice flat surface to set the concrete down on without worrying about it cracking. Another choice into remote sensing radar that's about that size, but with fully electronic steering down the element level. It's just a little bit off, so we picked it up again and kept pushing a little bit of rock and gravel underneath it until we got it level. I really like the sling or harness that they use to pick up these big concrete tanks. I used a mini excavator to push the pile of dirt closer to start filling in around a septic tank. This was one of my first times using one of these, so I played it a little bit on the cautious side, and rather than getting too close to the edge, I did a lot of hand shoveling as well. I rented this mini excavator from Home Depot for about $1,000 a week. It only took me about 15 minutes to figure out how to use it, and it came in really handy for digging and filling in trenches or the drain pipes. For the concrete planters, I'm going to place them all in a row, and I'm just going to dig out a flat surface about 8 inches deep. This way I'll be able to bury the pipes that come out low but on the sides of the planters. Now, I've made a lot of concrete things before, and for a second I thought about making these planters myself, but these ones only cost me about $650 each and saved me a ton of work. On formwork alone, I probably would have spent about $100 for each one. The crane truck only had room to store 2 of the planters, so they had to drive back to the flatbed trailer and load the last 2 planters before placing them. Seeing these large precast concrete objects gave me a lot of ideas for future projects. I think it'd be really cool to make a hot tub out of one of these, or to make a giant above-ground garden maze. There are 2 holes in each planter, one to supply the effluent from the septic tank, and the other one is an overflow in case the planters get too full. I dug a trench along the side that has these 2 holes. We then brought some 2-inch ABS pipe to create an overflow line that, in the rare event if the planters get too flooded, the excess water can then drain back into the septic tank. We then installed a small pump that can send the effluent up a 1-inch polyethylene line and into the planters. We have a volume control valve going into each planter so that we can control the amount of effluent entering each one. Inside the planter, the effluent will come through these PVC pipes and be distributed near the top of the planters. This way it can filter down to the bottom. We poured gravel around the overflow drain pipe and then put a layer of landscaping cloth over that. The vertical black ABS pipe has perforations at the top and will serve as our overflow system. This way, if the planters get flooded, excess water will flow back into the septic tank. Now, back down by the septic tank, we had to install a dry box so that we can bring electricity down to power the pump. Now, just in case we ever need to increase the capacity of the leach field, we installed an extra outlet that can dispense effluent. We used a submersible pump that is triggered by a floating buoy, so when the effluent level gets too high, it turns on and pumps it to the garden beds. I would have preferred not to use a pump and place the planters downhill from the septic tank, but on the property there's a valley that when it rains, channels and drains water, and the building department was worried about contamination from the leach field getting caught up in flash floodwater and being swept onto neighboring properties, and I wouldn't want to be a crappy neighbor. We then buried all the pipes and stacked stones around the volume control valves so that we would have access to them. We're going to need a lot of soil for these planters, so we picked up a trailer full of this really cheap dirt from a local landscaping company. It'll be good for filling a lot of the volume in the planters, but there isn't a lot of organic nutrients in it. I picked up a pallet of topsoil from Home Depot, which we'll use for just the top layer of the planters. That way we can kickstart a bunch of plants growing and create a healthy ecosystem that will help remediate the effluent. I used a small skid loader to start dumping the dirt on top of the landscaping cloth. Once the planters were about 3/4 of the way full, I started getting close to the PVC outlet where the effluent was going to come through. I then laid down a bed of 3/4 inch gravel that's lined on either side by some rocks. I drilled a bunch of holes in a piece of 2-inch ABS and then fit that over the PVC to disperse the effluent. I then added a bunch of topsoil all around it. We put some water in the septic tank to test the system, and then opened up the handle on the volume control valve and saw that the system was working. We then placed more gravel and rock on top of the ABS pipe, and our planters were ready for plants. Then threw in a whole bunch of wildflower seeds, and it wasn't long before we had a nice lush green flower bed. After about a month of light use, the system seems to be working really well, but it's way too short of a test period to fully endorse a system like this. The biggest advantage of the system is that it gave us a path to approval that didn't require a percolation test. And when you factor in how much those tests cost and the unpredictability of the result, this seemed like a worthwhile experiment. This entire system cost just about $8,000, which really isn't too bad considering how important it is. I'll post drawings and specifications for this system on my website. And speaking of drawings, I had a lot of people asking if they could purchase the complete houseplan set for this project. So I put it for sale on Gumroad, and I'll put a link to that in the description box below. That being said, this is going to make a fantastic vacation house, but unless you're going to build it yourself, it's probably going to be about 15 to 20% more expensive than conventional building methods. So please don't buy this if you think it's going to be a miracle solution to your housing problems. If you want to see a lot of the furniture that we're building for the interior, be sure to go to the Homemade Modern YouTube channel. That's where we show the DIY projects. We recently published videos showing how to make this modern sofa and this combination planter and side table. In the next episode of the Modern Home Project, we're going to go over the electrical and HVAC systems for the house and get it ready to paint. Thanks for watching, and be sure to subscribe to this channel and turn on notifications. That way you'll know exactly when I post the next episode. And lastly, I just want to say I'm sorry for taking so long to get this video out. I haven't put together videos at this scale before, and I way overshot. There's just so much footage to go through. So everything will get done and published and put up on the website, but please just be patient in the meantime. Thanks. Bye.
Hi, I'm Ben, and this is the house I built out of shipping containers. Now, I've been interested in shipping container architecture for quite some time. I had a really hard time finding good information about how to get building permits or how much would it cost. Well, we did the research, we documented everything that we did, and now we're so excited to share with you what we learned. So check it out.
Alright, so this episode is going to be a little bit on the technical side. We're going to talk about sort of utilities, plumbing, HVAC concerns that go into setting up. So we're going to start with how to go from raw land to a house with utilities. From there, we're going to do an overview of the electrical system. I'm going to show you how I connected this container house to the utility grid. I'll give a little bit of insight into my thinking for why I chose to be connected to the grid with a battery backup rather than going all the way off the grid. I'll go over the plumbing systems and how we connected the house to water, and show you the heating and cooling systems that we installed in this house. Alright, to start, how to go from raw land to a house with utilities. Now, one of the most confusing parts of buying raw land is figuring out whether or not it's going to have access to municipal electricity and water. I looked at a whole bunch of different lots at Zeros. I talked to the different real estate agents, and I never really got clear answers from the real estate people. They really don't know. And they always just think, oh yeah, you can drill a well, or you could do solar. It's a lot more complicated than that. Those things are legitimate options, but really expensive, and they're not guaranteed. So for example, you could hear, oh, you could drill a well, but there might not actually be water under your particular part of the land. That was an issue I ran into with the septic, is that, oh, you can do this, but in that case, that particular piece of land proved to have a lot of complications, and it wasn't as straightforward as the real estate agents were telling me. So the best thing that I found is to go right to the local utility supplier. In my case, it's Joshua Basin Water District. They have a really great map on their website that shows you all the areas that they cover. So you can actually put in your APN number for your particular piece of property that you're looking at, and they'll tell you whether or not it can be connected to their water. So don't take the word from someone that's actually trying to sell the land and makes their money off of that deal. Go right to the suppliers, find out for them. You will be on hold, it's kind of a pain, but get that done and you'll have better information. For the land that I purchased, the real estate agent said they didn't know about electricity or water. But I looked at actually the satellite views of that lot on Google Maps, and I could see that there was electrical poles running right alongside, and that gave me a good hint that I have access to electricity. And from there, I called Southern California Edison, which is our utility provider, and they confirmed that they would be able to provide service, although I would have to pay for a new transformer to be installed on the pole near me. Now, connecting to utilities isn't free. I had to pay a fee to the Joshua Basin Water District for a new water meter. I had to pay for excavation to actually run the pipes from their meter to the house. And I had to pay for different safety features like a backflow protection device and things like that. It will really make sure that my house is working well with their system. So those are all costs as the homeowner that I had to take on. For the electricity, I had to pay for a transformer to be installed on the pole. Now, because that transformer added weight, I also had to pay for excavation and for them to add an extra support cable to make the pole more sturdy. I had to pay for the excavation from the pole to the house and the wire and conduit that goes into there. And of course for the installation of the electrical panel and all the things that go with that. So all in all, I spent almost as much money just connecting the house to electricity and water as I paid for the land itself. All right, so now let's go to an overview of the electrical systems and how we connected the container house to the utility grid.
We located the house about 70 feet from the nearest utility pole. The meter and main breaker panel will be located on the side closest to the pole. All the wiring for the interiors will come off of that main breaker panel, and the different containers will be connected via underground conduit. We installed a battery backup system that can provide electricity if the power goes out. This system will also serve as storage for the solar panels. So now let's go over the process of how we connected the house to the electrical grid. Connecting to the electrical grid is done by running a wire underground through some conduit from the pole to the electrical meter and main breaker panel. The utility company wanted a straight run between the electrical meter and the pole. This is because the wire they're going to pull through the conduit is really thick, and having lots of turns in the conduit can make it difficult. The conduit needs to be about 4 feet underground, and we need a single right angle turn to turn up from this trench and into the bottom of the electrical meter. Now the problem with this is that the concrete foundation sticks out past the edge of the shipping container, so we're going to have to dig down in the dirt and then cut a slice into the concrete so that we can get this right angle turn flush up against the side of the container. Marco used a large concrete saw to make some slices right into the foundation, and then from there he switched to a jackhammer to break away the pieces. Now we could have cast the conduit right into the edge of the foundation slab, but we hadn't had a chance to confirm yet with the utility company exactly where they wanted the electrical panel. But cutting this notch of concrete went faster than I expected, so it all worked out. The electrical panel is quite heavy, so Tony cut some pieces of 2x4 that would allow the box to rest at the right height while he drove in self-tapping tubes. The electrical panel in place, it was now time to dig the trench. The electric company gave us really specific specifications about the depth of the trench, the fact that it had to be lined with sand, and that the conduit run had to be straight except for the right angle turn up into the electrical panel. All this took about 2 days, but finally we were able to get the conduit turned right up snug against the container. We filled in the space around the conduit with Quikrete fast-setting cement. This is a pre-mixed cement that comes in 10-pound tubs. Later we had 2 additional conduit runs. One is for the battery backup system, and the other one is to power the septic pump. The rest of the electrical installation went easily. We installed outlets, lights, and ran wires according to the electrical plan. An electrical plan is an architectural document that is used to tell the construction workers where to place all of the electrical components. If you're using an architectural plan out a construction project, this is an important page to review if you're really particular about where you want to charge all your electrical devices. We also ran wires through underground conduit to connect containers to each other. I welded up some pieces of steel square tube to make covers to protect these pieces of conduit. Connecting to the electrical grid was a lot of work and it cost a fair amount of money, so a lot of people have asked, why didn't I just go off the grid with solar?
So now I'm going to go over why I went grid tied instead of off the grid. Photovoltaic panels or solar panels are really great. There's no moving parts, they last a really long time, and other than just keeping dust off of them, they're virtually maintenance free. Storing the energy they produce for a completely off-grid home is the challenge. Now there's a lot of battery options on the market. In fact, I'm going to show you the option from Goal Zero that we use as a small backup system in case the grid does go down. Everything. And that means you have to size it big enough so it can handle the worst weather that you might expect every 10 to 20 years. So that's the inherent inefficiency, is that you have to size everything for the worst case scenario, but you're paying for that infrastructure all the time. If you're going fully off the grid with all your power coming from solar, you really have to take into account those anomalous weather activities. And not just that, you also have to think about when your demand or your usage might be higher than normal. If you have house guests over for the holiday, if you size your system for the average day where it's just you might not have enough capacity to have a lot of guests in place. And then if you size your system for these unusual situations, again, you get this really big system, and on an average day, you're not really using it to its full capacity. And all of this infrastructure, both the solar panels and the batteries, are pricey. So when you're designing an off-the-grid house, you're sort of in this sticky situation of, do I design towards the average to be cost efficient, or do I design towards the exception but then spend a lot of money? A grid-tied house lets you use the utility grid as a free battery. So when you overproduce, you sell back to the grid, and when you underproduce, you draw from the grid. So this lets you keep your energy storage more minimal and just for emergencies, and it really lets you design to the most common scenarios that you're actually living in. Now, if you're interested in grid-tied houses with net metering, check out the work of my architecture firm, Zero Energy Design. Grid-tied is what we recommend in most cases. Now, what I did for this container house is a little bit different. I connected to the grid for all my electrical needs, but I installed a small Goal Zero backup battery system. And this way, if we have a power outage, I can still power a few key circuits in the house, namely the refrigerator, the Wi-Fi, and lights and stuff like that. Now, one of the reasons I went with this system is that it was super easy to install, which is what I'm going to show you now.
We're here today, we're installing a new Goal Zero product. This is a home energy system. And what's really cool about this is that it can provide a battery backup. There's a few main components of the system. We have the Yeti, which is the brain of the situation. Then we have the massive amount of storage, lead-acid batteries. And then the last part is the transfer switch. So if a disaster happens, or just a normal power outage, we'll be able to go out there, let the transfer switch, and be running off of that system. But the reason I like the Goal Zero products so much isn't that they're good in an emergency, it's that they're good every day. You see, the whole system is portable and modular, so I actually use this system for powering the majority of my construction tools during this build. Nothing needs to be wired together with an electrician, it's all just plug and play, and I have used it to charge everything from my power tools to an electric motorcycle.
Now we've only had one power outage in the last 18 months, so I'm not getting a lot of value out of it, but what I've been thinking how to take advantage of this system on a more regular basis is I'm going to use it to charge my electric motorcycle and the majority of my battery power. I install 3 small solar panels on the roof, plug that right into the Goal Zero, and that way I have a little self-contained system that uses these extra electric needs, and I'm getting value every day out of the Goal Zero system, in addition to having it be there nice and ready if the utility grid goes down. So this is a very high-level explanation. You can go much deeper into this topic, and there's all sorts of cool ways you can model out systems and really figure out what works best for you. But I hope my brief explanation was a little bit clarifying.
Hooking the house up to water was a lot less complicated than electricity. Once the water meter was installed, we just had to run pipes underground and then enter the container at 2 different points. We're going to have a single on-demand electric hot water heater service the whole property. So then we had to run hot water lines
back from the heater to the other container. From there, it's just about running hot and cold water lines to all the appropriate plumbing fixtures. For the underground pipes that are bringing water to the house, we use PVC. I'm really not sure what my excavator and plumbers were thinking and why they just didn't go in a straight line, but it still worked. Once we got close to the surface, we switched to copper, installed the shut-off valve, and then the pipe goes up into a T that goes to a hose bib on one side and into the containers on the other. I've soldered copper before and it's a little bit tricky, and because this is all going to be inside the walls and I don't want any leaks, I left all of the pipe sweating to the experts. The plumbers actually started on the rough ends before we even started on the framing, and then they came back periodically as we framed out the walls that would support the shower heads, the supplies for the laundry machines, and the hot water heater. The back end of this 20-foot container is going to be used as a laundry and mechanical.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to the right on Cosmic and PopOS, I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones. The settings are very bare bones. And you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be. Some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are opening and closing apps. Not sure
This is done through tubes filled with working fluid, and no air is actually blown into or out of the building. The inside unit is called the air handler, and that uses the working fluid to either blow hot or cool air. Multiple air handlers can be connected to a single condenser. The main unit has 2 air handlers, one in the living room, one in the bedroom, and connected to a single condenser. The guest suite has a single ceiling-mounted air handler, and the less often used office and storage space has 2 wall-mounted air handlers, and all 3 of these air handlers are connected to a single condenser. Having 2 containers on a single condenser involves digging a trench and running the lines with the working fluid underground. The design of the system and the installation was all handled by Home Depot's Home Services team. They send the team out first to measure the spaces and find a good place to install them, and also to check out the amount of insulation they were using so they could appropriately select components that would work for this house. The installation team worked really fast and was able to install the whole setup for the whole property in just one day. The only thing that has to pass through the wall from the inside to the outside are some electrical wires, a hose to get rid of condensation, and a couple of thin copper tubes that are insulated for the working fluid. Mini splits have no ducts, so they avoid energy losses associated with the ductwork that central forced air systems have. Duct losses can account for more than 30% of energy consumption for space conditioning, especially if the ducts are in an unconditioned space such as an attic. I wanted to use them for the container house though because they don't take up a lot of space and they give you a lot of design flexibility. I didn't want to have to cut through more metal joists or lower the ceiling so that I'd make room for the ducts. The installer hid all the lines and cables inside this nice housing. We use the channel at the bottom of the container to tuck away the set of lines that run to the second air handler. These mini splits come with a remote control that allows you to raise and lower the temperature, and they have a variety of other settings as well, but we really wanted to take this up a notch. So we installed these Ecobee smart thermostats, which give us all sorts of great control options. I'll put a link to these and the other systems that we used in the description box below. I really like the functionality of the mini splits, and the wall-mounted units don't really bother me, but some people find them a little bit visually obtrusive. So what we thought would be cool is that for the smaller 20-foot container, if we tested out this brand new offering from Mitsubishi, and that is a ceiling-mounted air handler.
Now, that involved dropping down the ceilings, and we just did that with some 2x4s and plywood. And I wouldn't want to do this for the whole 40-foot container because that's actually going to be living space. But here, the only area that I'm actually going to need to lower the ceiling is right over the bed, and that's going to make it this really nice, cozy nook. So I took the disadvantages of this system and then turned them into an architectural feature. I highly recommend mini-split ductless systems for remodeling or for small homes that you're building from scratch. Not only did I use them here in Joshua Tree, I used a similar Mitsubishi system in my Boston loft as well. You can request a free consultation by calling 1-800-HOME DEPOT, and their experts will provide multiple options that are right for your home and that climate that you're in. Now, you wouldn't want cool or warm air coming right down on top of the bed, but don't worry, this air handler actually shoots the air out at an angle, so it's actually going past it. So if you're into bed, you won't get hit directly by the airflow.
So I know that was a lot of technical information. In the next few episodes, we're going to get back to sort of finishing the exterior of the house, painting it, and start getting into the interior design as well. Sorry about the delay in this video. I've been really busy with the other homemade modern stuff and a few other projects that I got going on. But I should be wrapping up the rest of this series within the next 2 to 3 months. If you're interested in architectural drawings for this project, I'll have a link to where you can get those in the description box below. And I'm starting to put together a list of all the commonly asked questions, and one of the last videos that I'll do for this series is just a Q&A session where I go through and answer all those commonly asked questions. So keep them coming in the comment section. All right, that's it for this episode. Thanks for watching. Be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. I don't have a regular posting schedule, so if you want to know when a video goes live, click that notification button so you get notified. I'm never going to be spamming out this account. The videos are going to come few and far between, so it's pretty safe to hit that bell. All right, bye.
Att ta körlektionen från nervös till nice behöver inte kosta så mycket.
Hi, I'm Ben, and this is the house I built out of shipping containers. Now, I've been interested in shipping container architecture for quite some time, but I had a really hard time finding good information about how to get building permits or how much would it cost. Well, we did the research, we documented everything that we did, and now we're so excited to share with you what we learned. So check it out.
This is episode 7, and we're going to build out the kitchen. Shipping containers are quite narrow, and once you add insulation and framing, you are left with just a little bit over 7 feet drywall to drywall. I thought that a galley-style kitchen would be well suited for this long, narrow space, and so we put all the cooking stuff on one wall, and then a combination of open shelving and cabinets to create a pantry wall on the other side. Everything in this kitchen came from Home Depot, and to be honest, I was a little surprised with how many modern options they had that were perfectly suited for a smaller home like this. I made an appointment at my local Home Depot and met with the kitchen and bath teams there to come up with the design. We added in some really nice features that are typically associated with high-end custom homes, like this waterfall edge to the countertops. And check out these solid maple drawer organizers. These are from Thomasville, who did all of the cabinets for this project. We took our architectural drawings into our local store, and from there we were able to work out which ones of their products would fit into our design.
Tonight, mitigate for a call. ESV 8011 1537 Cambridge 1537 Cambridge. Go ahead and work off.
1040, doing a 1070 off there. Come here with the Sam for the deputy, the Walmart. I think they have a traffic stop.
DJ, answer.
Can't see you.
4911, you copy?
Okay, can you say that right? Yes, perfect.
Okay, the motion carries.
Silence trimming complete.
Okay, the motion carries. The next item pulled was item number 23. That is resolution authorizing an interlocal.
Taking off from Driscoll Hospital, Solo, back to base for refuel. I got 430 on the gas, I'll be there in 5 minutes. Great, 65.
log in. And here we are back on my desktop with a welcome wizard.
Renaming
there's
and
various things
preparation
that can be done
complete.
here, some of which I'll return to later in the video. But the critical one is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, and on this computer there is an NVIDIA graphics card, we need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card. And just to be clear, if you have Intel or AMD graphics, the best drivers will already be installed. But here for NVIDIA, we'll just
Album artwork database. The entire audio workflow is finished.
One is going to be 10 master.
I guess so.
Supervisor, what units do you see at the shop? Well, let me check. I didn't look at the shop.
and has reached end of support, and SONOS 18 has just been released. This latest edition is based on Ubuntu 24.04 LTS and so has support until June 2029, after which an upgrade should be straightforward. And in this respect, note that an upgrade tool will soon allow an upgrade from SONOS 17 to 18. However, here we're going to do a clean install, so let's go over to the download page.
Twenty-four, 25, 72. 24, 25, 72. You ready to put your head in the way? Right now. Alrighty.
Registered to Adam.
And install now.
Clear.
There we go. Once again, things were successful, but we can't continue. We now need to go to a command line, which says we only do this in Linux, where we need to enter this command and execute. And in theory, we should now be okay. So let's have a third go at running the VirtualBox installer. Here we are again. And this time, hopefully things will be okay.
But the Jason 5 is often the least important part of your setup because what actually makes you trackable?
Okay, 27, 28,
with your IP address,
23.
your browser, your behavior,
Okay, any requests from
a VPN doesn't
comment
so if you
on
actually
any
want
items 9328
to weird. And these tools do more for your privacy than any sponsored VPN ever will. So first we have DNS VPN or don't.
Okay.
Let's start with what almost nobody can
And I'll tell you, the Democrats, they don't talk about this. You know, we're getting rid of programs that we didn't like, but that were negotiated with terminating those programs. They're going to be terminated on a permanent basis. And it's thousands of people, and it's billions of dollars. We're getting rid of a lot of things that we never wanted because of the fact that they made this stupid move. And they don't want to.
28.
Page 25, they're often the least important part of your setup because what actually makes you trackable
Okay, 27, 28,
to do with your IP address,
23.
your browser, your behavior,
Okay, any requests from the public?
A VPN doesn't
Or
touch
comment on any items 9 through 28 please come forward.
layers. These tools do more for your privacy than any launcher VPN ever will. So first we have
To make
CNS
public
for
comment.
HTTPS or don't. Let's start with what almost no one
Like Halo 6, taking off from Halo Base, headed back to Driscoll Hospital. I'm flying solo, I get 820 on the fuel, I'll be there in 7 minutes. Halo 6, Roger.
Big chair truck. So,
Football team Sharon more and more has now been detained by police. School investigation found evidence he had an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. Michigan's athletic director said in a statement the conduct constitutes a clear violation of university policy. The UN maintains zero tolerance for
In Europe, we have another geospatial location that's not that size, but we don't really try to get
He also dealt with a medical exam. Example.
28.
In 2025, they're often the least important part of your setup because what actually makes you trackable usually has nothing to do with your IP address.
23.
It's your browser, your behavior.
Okay, any requests from the public to
a VPN doesn't have
comment
so you
on
actually
any items 9 through 20?
layers. And these tools do more for your privacy than any sponsored VPN ever will. So first we have to make public comment. TBS or don't. Let's start with what almost nobody thinks.
Round 1, radio check ready from the yard. Thank you, Ricky. Have a nice day.
Great, what's in slot south 3, return to vehicle 28, 6
Round 2, ready for radio from the yard.
Hey, listening to the deck.
And we can find here font Ubuntu Classic, which is the old version of the Ubuntu font. So let's install that. There we go, that was painless. And the next thing we want to do is to restart, because as you'll see when I click the menu here, things have gone a little bit loopy because we've just changed the font. So let's just do a restart. And here we are back again, and already I can see things are looking correct, although they won't.
One's going to be 10 seconds.
Right. I guess and there he is up there with his foot stuck in there. And here he is at the wall at the top of the tower. He used to have these pictures taken and sent to David Sarnoff at RCA, for whom he worked. And David would just get enraged and go ballistic because he said, "You fool, you're going to fall off there." So in addition to having fun, you do have, as usual in scientific stuff, you have iconoclasts all over the place who happen to have a lot of fun at the same time that they're doing this work.
Mhm. Apparently Donald Trump only talks to the Republican House, so he fucks over non-politically affiliated man who wants to move into a steel containment vessel, shipping container dumpster box home. He says it's him.
A recent kernel, recent driver, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of the desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
On the fuel, ETA is 40 minutes. You haven't already, go ahead and put it inside the force line. I'll take a look at it. And that's to be like that. Just cancel. Eyes. Okay. And info, you went crazy far, right? Thank you.
At Brown University, we extend our deepest sympathies to those affected and their families, and we remain grateful to the first responders and law enforcement who acted swiftly to protect the students, faculty, staff, and the community. We stand with Brown University and our neighborhood in Rhode Island during this difficult time. As some of you may already know, when the Patriots host a game at Gillette Stadium, the opposing team is live in the 10th Green State in downtown Providence, and that's what the Bills are tonight. Currently, the New York Times and athletic reporter Diana received.
Okay, no, so we purchased the actual church, yeah.
The reason that we did that, normal inspection and to align with what they can issue purchase order and re-inspections, define re-inspection. No, June 22, it's in another hour. June 22.
Unit 48. 321 is ready. 2401 is going to be 10-7. One passenger.
Hello?
What's your feet?
I guess so. Big. It's really big.
Turning off Linux voice control. System up and listening to city employees dick around.
Now I understand all the barber patches. Big head. Good. And that is so smooth in this place. Plumbing, electricity.
This was actually a field site for MIT Lincoln Laboratory, which, if you don't know, was created in 1950 as the place where classified or DoD research would happen in the MIT system. This was actually a field site, which looks like this. On a nice fall day, you'll notice the antennas are relatively large. And the design is up near that wall there, which has a large 37-meter antenna. So we do a number of things that
There we are, that's been installed. So we go back, we next install VirtualBox gets addition to ISO, which will improve the performance of our virtual machine, not least by permitting it to run full screen and allowing a shared.
Yeah, I fixed a lot of shit. Yeah. Just under 525, please.
Please, Route 5, radio check, Canadian Yard. Well, clear, be safe.
1,432 phase dipoles to 50 megahertz or 6 meters frequency. So each one of these guys that have to be dipoles that's 3 meters or about 10 feet from there to there. They're all on wood posts. They're dual polarization. And this is all steered by electronic phasing. So exactly if you want, you can do this. In Europe, we have another sensing radar that's about the size of electronic here.
Public comments on any items signed for 28 complete.
And these tools do more of your responses we get to the world. So first we have
public comment.
Let's start with what almost nobody can do.
Auto revitalization in Cambodia.
This is Steve Davis, Lansard.
David, Lansard 1838.
Installed here in the virtual.
Mom.
Yeah, nobody told me anything, so yeah, me and, I'm getting them right now.
Hello.
Gonna be like, 10 seconds.
Hey, yo, one. Hello.
Now, and once again, realizing that it's installed on the computer. So just log in, and here we've got a desktop with instructions listed, and there's various things that you can do here, some of which I'll return to later in the video. The critical one is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card on this computer, there is a computer card, you can launch the higher manager install the driver for the NVIDIA graphics card.
A recent protocol recent drivers, you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and PopOS, I love that it is a fantastic first draft of the desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps, not sure if
Or because it's not a service. No reason to change this. It will not open. Your 27 and 28 are showing clear, valid.
That's where Puro's biggest strength lies. Its purity gives users confidence that the OS is working with them, not against them. But Puros is not without controversy. Some critics argue that the strict free software only stance limits its usability, especially for gaming, creative tools, or proprietary apps. Many users expect things like Steam, NVIDIA drivers, or music video codecs to work out of the box, but Puros intentionally avoid such components. Some users falsely assume
and that was 26. So that's actually a big drop off there. Definitely the quintile mixture of experts. Probably something that's going to work out pretty well from what I'm seeing there. And after that, our Mistral test, and we got 1,302 prompt tokens per second being generated, 16 tokens per generation. Now that's Mistral small 3.2. So there you have quite a bit of information about this.
Unit 3049, radio check.
Data product key, so we'll just say that down there. And we want to install Windows Pro, and I also want to make sure we're offline when we do this, so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox, and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when you've done that, you get to this message because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. But we can fix this by going backwards.
$10.
to enter my password.
You can make a lot more easier to
There we are.
drive.
Installed. So we go back. And next we can install VirtualBox Get Positioning ISO, which will improve the performance of our virtual machine, not least by permitting it to run full screen and allowing a shared.
Go ahead.
Maybe correction at 17. Yeah, please.
Okay, that's 10-4.
all of which have different desktops. And here, the most popular is the Cinema Edition, which is the one we'll mainly focus on in this video. So, let's click on Download, and to get down this page, we find the Reload and Load on mirror slides to actually provide access to the iText file. I'm in the UK, so I'm going to go all the way down to UK. There we are. And I'm going to download from University Press Mirrored Service. So I'll click Save the iText file, which is 2.7.
How good is this one over there? trying to read this one? Did I get it? No. Okay, just more.
Fatal 5, lifted at 4-7 at 700 fuel, in 5 minutes to report.
You have a few options here and there. Honestly, for my needs, it's way more than enough. It's a good terminal. It does the basic stuff the terminal does. And if you have a preferred app, you can install it with that. You also have a very basic text editor. It doesn't do much. It does have some Git management features if you need that, but I think most people will just use another text editor if they need to edit files in a Git repo. It's a very simple one, but it has the merit of existing and letting you
Areas of youth issues are areas that need attention. The reaction, yet again, wasn't very kind. In the end, this story is less about Windows changing and more about Microsoft's priorities. The company found a model that maximizes shareholder value, but it comes at the cost of the user experience. So the real question is whether Microsoft is willing to put users first, even if that means earning a little less. But as Linux software compatibility improves, especially for games,
8 private 3045.
For 16 Davis, I'm sorry.
David, 1838.
Alright, I just put the 932 with the stuff out of it, also in the, that's all I got for the. And then 915, I got that one going. I had an entry block. Okay, we did take 932 also. Up to 932.
28.
And in 325, they're often the least important part of your setup. Because what actually makes you trackable?
Okay, 27, 28,
nothing to do with your IP address,
23.
your browser, your behavior.
Okay, any requests from the public to public comment on any items 9 through 28, please come forward.
And these tools do more for your privacy than any sponsored VPN ever will. So first we have DNS relations, yes or don't.
Okay.
Let's start with what almost nobody can.
football team, Sharon Moore has now been detained by police. A criminal investigation found evidence he had an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. Michigan's athletic director said in a statement the conduct constitutes a clear violation of university policy, and UM maintains zero tolerance for such behavior. Moore was head coach for 2 seasons in this year to a 9-3 record, with the team ranked 18th in the country. Poggi will be the interim coach for Michigan's bowl game on December 31st.
One, but for think of it.
I'd like to preserve and make better the White House, and that's really what's happened. And you're getting tremendous reviews, and we appreciate it. But we're here for a different reason. It's called Operation Summer Heat, which is an appropriate term in light of what we're doing. And early yesterday morning, I returned from the Middle East, where we saw
Seven, radio check, continue for the other. Call from 696 ESD 3001. Just call 3509 Avenue, 3509 Avenue.
I'll take it clear. As I'm here in my unit, turning my 279 to the
In 2025, they're often the least important part of your setup because what actually makes you track it has nothing to do with your IP address, your browser, your behavior.
Okay, any requests from the public to comment, public comment on any items tonight to 20 is completed.
And these tools do more for your privacy than any sponsored VPN ever will. So first we have DNS related to TPS or don't.
Okay.
Let's start with what almost nobody can do.
I guess so.
127. Myself, 124, we had a McDonald's. We'll keep you. Alrighty. Yeah, nobody told me anything, so yeah, me and, yeah, 175 Henrietta, 725. You should make one route.
Every 23 minutes, residents to 37 East Carroll. Come on, together, your name. Tell me this is Megan Better House.
We got in contact with pen holder, practice no press, no units needed. We drove out to Zombie tonight and up to the Correctional 141. Kingville Shuttle Medical and clear available, Roxwell Hospital. One, working. You can only do this, but you know, yeah. And well, you know, also like, you already put it in here, you know what? It's good. Yeah. Use over 10-7, 10-42 patrol.
Unit 3044 and 10 in the yard. I just put the 932 as the value also on the, that's why I got confused.
And then 915, I got that one going. I had an entry box.
Okay, but you did fix 932 also, right?
I'm out to 932.
Negative fight in progress.
Only, the following is for information only. Attention officer reading the following is an EBS test for communications. This is only a test. The following is an EBS test for communications. This is only a test. For frequency for emergency message. Clear frequency for emergency message. To commercial. Alert to commercial. To general aviation. Alert to general aviation. Alert 3. Alert 3. Alert 3. This concludes the EBS test for communications. The following is the flight test for checkpoint. Flex 1, flex 1, flex 1. Flex 2, flex 2, flex 2. 3, flex 3, flex 3. This is the flexor following the code blue personal parking. Code blue, code blue, code blue. Code blue, code blue, code blue. This is the cross parking. This has 0700.
Halo 6 departing from Driscoll Hospital, headed back to Driscoll Hangar. We got 3 people on board, 395 on the fuel. I'll be there in about 5 minutes.
Roger.
9:32 is the sub-dollar bill off for 1 minute. That's what I got for you. Yeah, and then 9:15, I got that one going. I had an entry block. Okay, if you did 9:32 after that. I'm out to 9:32. Flight Halo 6 on deck at first collider.
Cartoon. That doesn't want to work. Is there somebody in the shop that can check it for? No, not yet. They don't get there till 11.
Yeah, we'll give a few minutes and then try it again. Sometimes they get stuck. Yeah, and if it's close down, please, 37. Alright, simple. Three have 540 fuel. It's 4 minutes idle base for your board. Like, I'm gonna go 5.
People have
Table 5, did you get my lift information?
right. 65 right.
Rob 2, 4 down, 3 around.
Like Halo 6 is taking off from Driscoll Hangar, turning to Halo Base, solo, 355 on the fuel, we'll be there in a few minutes.
Roger, be advised, Halo 5 is laying on full back for fuel.
Good copy. Are they shutting down?
Halo 5,
5, 6, we're not shutting down. And Halo 5 for Halo 6, good copy. I'll just slow roll my way over there, no rush from you guys. Take your time. Alright. I got mechanics if you want me to switch to fast.
Shield active.
a nice full day. The antennas are reasonably large. And my office is up near that ball there, which has a large 37-meter antenna.
Just off the east of the hangar now. I'm going to turn further towards the east while you take off and clear out. Fire City repositioning to the H-pad. Like 905, lifted it to 25 with 8 minutes fuel, 13 minutes base, 3 report.
My turn, fuel, 5 minutes.
One's going to be in faster.
Rock 2 is sensitive from the air.
Loud and clear, be safe.
This paper one down. Let's close the line.
Sorry, 10-4. Can you put full power shut off and swing it back on and put in the power switch?
You're fine. 10-42, thank you.
$3068, radio check. Can you call Margo? Then I'm here. My bad. 5-9. 5-9. This road 9, can you put Mario back, please? He's on the way out.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they do. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. I'm not sure if it's
A radio check today from here.
Sixteen oh one A, taking radio and tuning from there.
We're clear. Okay, government's been released. Yes, safety officer.
Center 3580, 20 yards, and radio check, please.
tons of options. It's a slideshow or a single image. You can add your own. There's no video or stuff like that to prevent stuff. That's for later if they ever can. In terms of appearance, there's also some quite good things that you can look at. Obviously, you've got your usual dark mode and light mode, which auto switches on the fly. You get your accent color support, which will only appear in selected elements and highlights around windows. It's not overbearing. You don't have that.
Bravo 11, radio check please, and heading from New York.
Line KBK. And the control from Metro Dispatch. Crash phone test. Crash phone test. Full output.
What?
Run 2M664. Control. shoreline. So your transit radio is dead. Running clear. Being exhausted. Yeah, exhausted. 117.
117.
You show me your service. I'll be riding buses until 4 p.m.
One important dispatch.
I'll come through. I can't hear anything on here.
Yes, thank you.
If I come through. You think that's somewhere where I can pick up Kelly Goodrich? Is that the one by the office there at Andrew?
Trying to be 78.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, you did 1001 East South 21 with us there on Carver Street, heading inbound. Got a car stuck in the Jennifer.
Jennifer. So he's inbound, correct?
Yes, sir, he's inbound, sir.
Jennifer. I'll catch him at the street station. Cool. General 1, you advise?
Yeah, you want his mic open?
No, negative. Just leave him here. Thank you.
Yeah.
One radio check sending from New York.
3039 to dispatch. Target individual, please. Be gentle with your toes. Don't get too close to me. There's the area right there. There. Oh, 10 feet from yard.
You get looking. You know, very quick.
very welcome. Hope you're feeling better, sir. Get better each day, but it's a slow process. Thanks for asking, though. Over. Edward, thank you. Oh, one discharge case, individual, 3036. 3068, I'm sorry.
Me off every time I try to log in. Okay.
Hello, can you pull our live packet and leave right? Thank you.
501. Next question, please. Pick up from start. So just get them satisfied before you leave the house. Mm-hmm. United States request, pick up from Starbucks. Pick up on your way out from Island. We're still going page two, page two. Ten Fortress, country page two. Monkey right. One way.
the address? They found that a dog near the highway. They're actually relocating to the 7-Eleven on Violet and 37 Access Road. And they're requesting how to come out and pick up. Oh, the city could transport to us. You ready? You ready? No. Very good bar, 18, no skills, no skills.
the system will now reboot. And once again, we're arriving at the next print, this time installed on the computer. So I'll just log in. And here we are back on the desktop with a welcome wizard. And there's various things that can be done here, some of which we'll return to later in the video. But the critical one is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, and on this computer there is an NVIDIA graphics card, we need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card.
Pager ready, pager ready.
Beautiful, thank you. Go ahead.
$48, $87, $49, $91, Conley.
Alrighty.
insurance was confirmed on a 2017 Honda Civic, blue in color, registered to a Stephanie Conway. October 26th, expiration, Jade Elaine Conway. She was a black female out of Corpus Christi, eligible here.
Yeah, nobody told me anything, so yeah, me and,
Oh, I didn't mention that the guy
football was going to be,
Everybody,
He's right there. U.S. Hotel Preserve, Pickle. Can you show me why that's 2312 in Building Court? 10-4.
County 301, radio check, 19 yards.
Alright. Dispatch, can I get an individual, please?
Go ahead. Each will be completed with the fire patrol. Results, there going to be one patrol and one ambulance locate, and you can close up the call. I'm going to repeat something, right? There.
Roger. Yeah. Very much. Right. 4033 Capitol Drive. Yes, sir. Yeah. Looks like the other party's going to be in March. It's going to be unit number 8 at the bottom. Route 11, short 1070, all clear. Still passing.
mobile for 24/7?
Park 7 at Elizabeth Reserve. All areas clear, no problems. In 1017.
call one to dispatch for having individuals.
Cedar Bay, on standby, there's an ambulance right here on Seville Drive, blocking my way to the customer.
I'll go ahead and bring it in. Yeah, I know they've lost it, but I'll just still bring it in. Yeah. 13, what was your traffic? Can you repeat your traffic?
When you get to 5, they're often the least important part of your setup because what actually makes you trackable it has nothing to do with your IP.
23.
Your browser, your behavior.
Okay, any requests from the public?
A VPN doesn't touch
comment on any items 9 through 28, please come forward.
These tools do more for your privacy than any sponsored VPN ever will. So first we have to make a public comment. Yes or don't. Let's start with what almost nobody.
Right. 932 is the
Okay, can I get an individual, please?
Yeah, and then 915,
I'm 7 and 30, please.
I had an entry block.
Okay, but you did take 932 off of that.
Okay, out to 932.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they've got. It is a fantastic first draft of the desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems on the opening and closing app. I'm not sure if it's
Maybe by the ambulance will move. I'm going to go pick up Mary Lou and come back to Selena. He should have arrived at 4033 Capitol Drive.
Right.
We have a through whenever you're ready. McClendon, 641 McClendon, involving an internal cruelty by Roland Dominguez from 361 443 9641, 361 443 9641. Utilizing those a popular location of restated skin and bones, then but not injured by containing color.
I'll get a call for service, please.
And we'll give you them. Thank you.
Should be completed with the 4033 Capitol Drive, with one patrol and one unable to locate, and then the call will need to be resequenced. 2-4. 7 video test. I want to make sure you guys can hear me. What? Can you show me working the 600 Elizabeth for the flight report? I'm going to go ahead and call this guy because the address is the hospital. 5753. I was just checking my radio because somebody responded when I was calling different areas and I didn't know my radio was working. Or I just came out of the truck, so my radio was working. Right.
Can you perform through this first?
area dispatch. Good. Respond unable to contact victim. Let a call immediately be sequenced.
Go ahead.
And, what was the address again?
London. I can say maybe. Will be Mary, Charles, Charles, Lincoln, Edward, Nora, David, Ocean, Nora. Temple.
Traffic to 10-7 at HEB, no passengers.
Wrong with you? If you put it that way.
I'm so sorry. I don't think I called out that I was around 5201 the store is, but I have harassed.
database, Route 5, Unit 3060. Can I have an individual, please?
Give me a
Go ahead. Can you show me you completed with the 5201 Storage Road? The vocals are going to be one unable to contact victim. Well, I didn't see any black boxes for this, and we don't have any proof of anything. And secure dispatch. Go ahead. Can you show me about 4002 your Crown Circle? PC 917 dispatch. Go ahead. Can you show me the route to the fueling station? 70, all clear.
Looks like 140 I can make contact with her over the phone. And that's mitigate for a call. ESV 8011, 5337 Cambridge, 1537 Cambridge. Go ahead and work on.
Park 7, host 2, all clear. Level.
Tuesday.
Two, four.
longer within our property restraints. And successfully estimating income liability.
Can't confirm it's going to be safe until they have, like, I understand why everything has to be this way, because they can't ensure safety until, like, having that.
And we must have merch, like tote bags, t-shirts, and water bottles. What do you want to do? For a few thousand, we print on everything, so the customers can go from noticing your brand.
We arrived at 4002 Yorktown. 10-1.
Well, 4.0.
as a follow-up visit confirmed that there were found that previously cited violations returned to the diet case compliance. Again, we provide the service on a regular basis here. Currently our fee is $50. State charges up to $200, and we are proposing a fee update of $150 again. Trying to take about covering our costs, not laying undue burden on our
Can 4922 Warren Drive? I'm really referring to 470045. Go ahead. Can you try clearing with each jump? 10-4. Number 7 dispatch. usually arrived at work at 4922 Warren Drive. Good work.
In 2025 are often the least important part of your setup because they actually receive practical.
Okay,
Usually has nothing
28,
to do with your IP address,
23.
your browsing, your behavior,
Okay,
your
any requests
text,
from
your
the public?
typing. A
Prompt
VPN
to
doesn't
comment
you
on
actually
any
want
items 9 through 28. Please come forward.
These tools do more for your privacy than any sponsored VPN ever will. So first we have
To make public comment.
yes or don't. Let's start with what almost
Part 7, Part 3. Did they pick up the vehicle over the abandoned vehicle over there at the park? Oh. At Emmett here? Yes. I'm not sure. I haven't been by today, but I'm close to the area, so I can go check. 1042.
Water feature. That's right. also one down 9 minutes to multiple lifters.
They're often the least important part of your set because what actually makes you trackable?
Okay, 27,
has nothing to do with your IP,
23.
your behavior.
Okay, and request from the public to public comment on any items 9 through 20. Please report.
And schools do more for your privacy than any sponsored VPN ever will. So first we have to make a comment. Yes or don't. Let's start with what almost nobody.
Nine, can you go ahead and quit? They're not here. No.
$6.5 million better, which is good. That's a good Christmas present for the city. And you can see in the detail why that is. $6.5 million better. We received a little bit better collections in our property tax from the appraisal review board process. Our sales tax came better, which is good.
Business and Job Development
A little bit more
Corporation,
revenue from recycling
also known as Type A,
and
calling
from
the meeting to order.
disposal, revenue
Ms.
from
Huerta,
our
can you please
private
call the roll?
haulers.
You did. Come here. Let's talk about it. You got to come up.
And once a vendor has the power to deny your firmware, block your OS, or revoke your access, they can just use
power from more security.
Kevin, the car. They're having like a hot fest or whatever there in a big parking lot near the Christmas tree. They have police there, so I think that was the event going on, but anyway, it's all good.
Well, anyway.
The recent kernel, recent driver, you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems with opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
You can ask me a few more questions. Where am I? I am in the UK. That's fine. We need to find my time zone. I need to create an account. This is a local account. I'm not going online here. It's simply a local account on the computer. So I'll just set this up. The password there is fair. This is only a test system. And we do have an option here to log in automatically. But I'm going to leave things to require a password on log on. So we'll click on continue. And there we are in
anything?
Well, the connection to bank.
Was 16 days password?
David, left side 838.
Okay.
for? I'm on the other side of the arena. They're almost done on that fitness workout, right? The basketball course.
Walk, right?
Yes, sir. I noticed it was still working out, so I didn't know they were done. Can you show me Russell 65.9 Long Meadow Drive?
Large to attraction industry, to hotel industry, and wine lodging at large. So the CCBB makes recommendations to the City Council through its nominations committee, executive committee, and board. The CCBB always nominates one more individual as an alternate per category than the number of positions available for the council consideration. So the CCBB is making the following recommendations for reappointments. And they are Jennifer Lita, community at large, Steve Banta,
Canada of support, and SolidOS 18 has just been released. This latest edition is based on the Ubuntu 24.04 LTS and so has support until June 2029, after which an upgrade should be straightforward. And in this respect, note that an upgrade tool will soon allow an upgrade from SolidOS 17 to 18. However, here to do pre-install, so let's go over to the download page.
Can I get an individual, please?
We'll get the light of more and 21 north. They'll take the Tree Picture, 176, Picture 5166. Where we got the light on 21.
When we come back tonight, our Made in America Christmas is coming up for Private Pilots, Robert Redford, John Hamm, and Madman. How about under the Christmas tree and what you've done tonight?
Sounds like station.
Finally tonight here, our Made in America Christmas. This December, we have been all over this country.
Oh, one,
We're having a fine high tonight. Tonight, 14 years and counting, our Made in America Christmas. Opening doors, shaking hands, and hoping to create some American jobs.
Okay.
Mississippi.
Military end of support, and SONOS 18 has just been released. This latest edition is based on the Ubuntu 24.04 LTS, so has support until June 2029, after which an upgrade should be straightforward. And in this respect, note that an upgrade tool will still allow an upgrade from SONOS 17 to 18. However, to be able to do clean install, so let's go over to the download page.
Dave, can you please give Elizabeth Goldstein a courtesy call, or do you want me to cancel?
Everybody probably knows so how to do with her stuff.
He just
Backwards.
State of emergency, catastrophic floods pummeling the Pacific Northwest. Mudslides trapping cars, communities cut off as waters rush in. New evacuations underway, and the forecast has it only getting worse. Stock market surge, the Dow up nearly 500 points. And suggests the economy will only strengthen in the year ahead. What it means for your wallet. NBC exclusive ICE agents wait.
One's going to be in, so that's a one master.
Right. 7046 4121. 7046 4121.
Right, other than that, I got it going.
You gotta realize what the proper judge doors that you saw.
You said any boxes secure?
This data. People can't weed out all bad chat comments.
133.
I'm discovering back how you beat code.
He's right. Yeah, boy, he's there.
I'm back at my desk. Putting on back at my desk. 10-4.
I was doing a dispatch.
16 hours of a dispatch. Go ahead. 16 hours of a dispatch. 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 16 hours of a di Please complete my call at 4949 Greenwood Drive, where zip code will be Wall Patrol, one unable to locate.
Base Russ 1 and 2 are income messages.
You private? Dispatch.
Silence trimming complete.
You got your overheads on.
In 2025, they're often the least important part of your setup. Because what actually makes you trackable usually has nothing to do with your IP address. It's your browser, your behavior.
Okay, any request from the public to public comment on any items 9 through 28, please come forward.
And these tools do more for your privacy than any responsibility ever will. So first, guys,
To make
TBS
public comment.
TBS or don't. Let's start with when there's nobody can.
Mm-hmm.
28.
In 2025, they're often the least important part of your setup. Because what actually makes you trackable usually has nothing to do with your IP address.
23.
Your browser, your behavior.
Okay, any requests from the public to make public comment on any items 9 through 28, please come forward.
And these tools do more for your privacy than any sponsored VPN ever will.
At the time, I didn't know.
Yes or don't.
Yeah, and I said to them,
1,432 phase dipoles at 50 megahertz or 6 meters frequency. So each one of these guys is a half-wave dipole that's 3 meters or about 10 feet from there to there. They're all on posts. They're dual polarization, and this is all steered by electronic phasing. So even back in the 50s, when you could do this. In Europe, we will have another phase remote sensing radar that's about that size, but with fully electronic steering down to the element level.
Go ahead. B10-7.
Got it.
Good.
Registered to Adam from House.
Has directed a large-scale military operation against Venezuela. This operation resulted in the capture and subsequent removal from the country of President Nicolas Maduro and his wife. The operation was carried out with participation of the elite Delta Force unit. The unit had previously participated in the killing of Isabir Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, among other things. Attacks against targets in Caracas started early Saturday morning. These attacks included, but were not limited to, the Puerto military base, the La Calota Air Base, and the port of La Gallara. Explosions and clouds of smoke were observed in the capital and surrounding regions. Parts of the city were temporarily without electricity. U.S. aircraft were not allowed to enter the airspace. Faced with a serious threat, the Venezuelan government declared a state of emergency, suddenly mobilizing the entire population and publicly denouncing a major military attack. The Colombian president also confirmed the attacks. The U.S. justified the action with a campaign against the Maduro regime. Just recently, the United States military had amassed warships, aircraft, and soldiers off the coast of Venezuela. Experts believe the forces deployed are excessive, but Venezuela is primarily a transit country for drugs. Maduro is accusing the U.S. of attempting to force a regime change, even as Washington refuses to recognize the president's legitimacy to allegations of election fraud and alleged drug trafficking. A reward of up to $50 million has been offered for information leading to Maduro's arrest. Maduro is critical of U.S. interests in Venezuelan oil, a
Renaming
resource
and preparation
boasting the world's
complete.
largest reserves, estimated at around 303 billion barrels.
Nach den US-Angriffen auf Ziele in Venezuela hat die Regierung in Caracas bestätigt, den Aufenthaltsort von Präsident Nicolás Maduro und seiner Frau Cilia Flores nicht zu kennen. Zuvor hatte US-Präsident Donald Trump erklärt, die US-Armee habe Maduro festgesetzt und außer Landes gebracht. Die Hauptstadt Caracas war in der Nacht von zahlreichen Explosionen erschüttert worden. Im Anschluss erklärte das USA.
And we start with Lucas Tomlinson live in West Palm Beach, where the Commander-in-Chief has been spending the holidays. And Lucas, you've had great coverage overnight here. What else are we learning about this operation?
Good morning, Griffin. A daring operation in the pre-dawn hours in 2 a.m. local in Caracas, 1 a.m. East Coast time. U.S. Special Operations Forces flew in from off the coast of Venezuela to snatch Venezuelan leader Nicolás Maduro and his wife. President Trump announcing the news on Truth Social a short time ago. I'll read it for our viewers. It says, quote, "The United States of America successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolás Maduro, who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country.
Workflow and
This operation
verification
was done in conjunction
database.
with U.S. law
The
enforcement.
entire audio workflow is finished.
A news conference today at 11 a.m. at Mar-a-Lago. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump." And just before the assault force arrived at Maduro's compound, you can imagine the intelligence that U.S. intelligence agency had to have to know where to send the assault force to be able to locate and grab Maduro as well as his wife. You had numerous airstrikes throughout Caracas targeting Maduro's forces at a military base in Caracas as well as an air base, also Venezuela's largest port. And this is something President Trump has been threatening for months. It started with drone strikes on the alleged drug boats in the Caribbean and the Eastern Pacific. Over 24 to date, killing over 100 people. You saw it when U.S. forces seized, as a law enforcement matter, the oil tankers that the Trump administration said were associated with the Maduro regime. The goal is to cut off the drug and oil revenue stream for Nicolás Maduro. And for months, we've heard President Trump say that Maduro must go. And Maduro was very defiant. Despite repeated threats from President Trump, over 15 times, President Trump said he will be striking on land. Recall on Monday, we heard the president confirming that the CIA struck a target along the coast of Venezuela, destroying some of Maduro's drug boats. And again, this has been something that is not quite unprecedented. We saw in 1989 with the seizure of Manuel Noriega from Panama. This is something that the president wanted. We had not heard from President Trump, almost shades of Operation Midnight Hammer when those B-2s struck Iran. We haven't seen President Trump over the past 2 days. We heard from him on New Year's Eve. It was interesting. A reporter asked the president what his goal was for this coming year. He replied, peace. Well, for the President Nicolás Maduro, he didn't get that. Now, we did hear from Maduro yesterday, guys. He sounded like he was almost pleading in an interview done from a car, believe it or not, saying he was almost begging the Trump administration for a deal with oil. Of course, many American oil firms were kicked out of Venezuela decades ago. We've heard from President Trump in recent days saying he wants that oil back, and the company's in.
Well, and it's excuse me, pretty clear, Lucas, that the clock had run out for Nicolás Maduro to come to the table despite that interview that he did. Lucas, we're just getting a tweet this morning from Senator Mike Lee, who is saying that just got off the phone with Secretary Rubio. He informed me that Nicolás Maduro has been arrested by U.S. personnel to stand trial on criminal charges in the United States, and that the kinetic action we saw tonight was deployed to protect and defend those executing the arrest warrant. This action likely falls within the president's inherent authority under Article 2 of the Constitution to protect U.S. personnel from an actual or imminent attack. It's interesting as we read that, Lucas, the Vice President, Delcy Rodriguez of Venezuela, took earlier to state TV in Venezuela demanding proof of life of Maduro, but it's pretty apparent that it's unclear who is running that country right now. You're looking live at some of the strikes that were carried out there. Do we have any more indication about who is running the country there now, and whether or not any of the other individuals, like the Vice President and others associated with Maduro's regime, may be targets still?
It's notable that statement from Venezuela's Vice President confirming the news from President Trump that President Nicolas Maduro and his wife were seized by that American assault force, likely either the Delta Force or SEAL Team 6 from the 160th Special Operation Aviation Regiment, Night Stalkers, the most elite pilots in the world. It's notable we saw the video of those U.S. Army helicopters flying low over Venezuela under the cover of those airstrikes in darkness, that you didn't see any Venezuelan missiles or AAA anti-aircraft fire. And notable, Griff, that I spoke to Elliot Abrams, President Trump's former special envoy to Venezuela recently. He said this was a showdown between President Trump and Nicolas Maduro, and there could only be one winner. And that is why President Trump likely did not back down. You had this large military buildup in the Caribbean. You have a dozen warships offshore. You have the USS Gerald R. Ford strike group that was rerouted from Europe, came to the Caribbean. You have the USS Iwo Jima amphibious assault ship. You have dozens of helicopters aboard there, of course, dozens of strike aircraft aboard Ford. You also had squadrons of F-35 stealth fighter jets from the Air Force that arrived in Puerto Rico in recent days, from the Air Force, including the Green Mountain Boys from Vermont. You also had the Marine Corps F-35 Bravo version also on the ground in Puerto Rico. You had this large armada and firepower assembled. You had KC-135 refueling planes in the Dominican Republic. President Trump offered no indication that he was backing down from his threat, and President Trump, when he makes these threats, typically follows through, and that's what we saw in the pre-dawn hours this morning. And again, there could only be one winner in this showdown, and it was not Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro.
So, Lucas, real quick, we understand that that this operation was successful and is over. Do you have the sense that it is, in fact, over with, and the firefight is finished? And then where do we go from here?
Well, the U.S. military likes to operate at night. The pilots would have night vision goggles. The assault force would have had night vision goggles. That is their perfect time to launch these kind of operations. It's under the cover of darkness, not because most people are asleep. Like Maduro and his wife were probably asleep when they blew up the door and grabbed him. So we've heard from Senator Lee also in that thread you just read. He says he was informed by the Secretary of State that the operation is over. It appears the goal was not just to strike the Maduro regime, and that could have almost been a distraction from the main objective, which was to snatch the Venezuelan president and his wife so they could face charges back in the United States.
Lucas, back in October, President Trump sent a clear message to Maduro saying this.
President Trump has been reported that Maduro offered everything in this country, all the natural resources. He even recorded a message to you in English recently offering mediation.
He has offered everything. He's offered everything. You're right. You know why? Because he doesn't want to around with the United States.
The president didn't mince words, Lucas. This is obviously a signature moment for President Trump and his administration, another precise, swift, and seemingly effective military operation. What do you think we can expect to see from the international community in response?
Allies of the United States are going to be on the side of the United States, and America's adversaries are going to come down pretty strong on this. And we read this statement from Senator Lee talking about Article 2 and the president's authority to carry out this operation, likely probably getting a jump on some of the criticism that the president might be facing with Democrats on Capitol Hill. So perhaps a little cover there from Senator Lee. So adversaries of the United States and, of course, Maduro's allies, Russia, China, and Iran, are going to come down very strongly on this operation. And let's not forget that in early December, the War Secretary Pete Hegseth outlined America's new national security strategy. Part of it was bringing back what he called the Monroe Doctrine, taking control of the Western Hemisphere. There are officials in the Trump administration, including Secretary Rubio, that want to decrease the influence of China, Russia, and Iran. Of course, we've seen Hezbollah operatives set up shop in Venezuela in the past. This was all the reason that President Trump wanted a change in Venezuela.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Kilby.
Right. 932 is the flip side of the also at 119. That's what I got confused.
And the 915, I got back with going. I had an entry block.
Okay, but you did 932 out there.
Coming out to 932.
Your 27 and 28 are showing clear, valid.
Shit, money. I just like to have a little land he's got up here where they blew up my boat, so I parked my boat back where it was. Try to fix it. Maybe build something down there. Maybe a marina or something, you know? Other than $50 million reward, and, if they want to give me that, and, I can do that somewhere else, I guess.
Right.
It's been, these 4 years of shit. What? So they get all the KGB people located here in Corpus Christi, they're protecting them?
Well, 3 days.
It's not us.
And get with Jeremy Green, but he's got some stuff coming over here from HR. HR from them.
Nobody out there is talking to them. That sounds alright. We're going back in,
Even if someone has never used an explorer, they can understand features quickly. The layout was
inside the next, users to Mac OS, I'd say you could just click on solve. However,
3162, 95 miles.
Watch out. Yeah. For you.
Unit 4 beats. 3021 is ready.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm back at my desk now.
Airport.
Here's an idea, divide up all the assets. Between all the other family members of it, you know. It'll cost me a lot of time and money, it shouldn't. Assets.
Airport 60, Davis, answer.
David, land by 838.
One's going to be 10. So, 10.
State of emergency, catastrophic floods pummeling the Pacific Northwest, mudslides trapping cars, communities cut off as waters rush in, new evacuations underway, and the forecast has it only getting worse. Stock market surge, the Dow up nearly 500 points as the Fed cuts interest rates and suggests the economy will only strengthen in the year ahead. What it means for your wallet. NBC exclusive ICE agents raid.
Shield suspended. Shield active.
container tiny home. Would you stay here? This is a 40-foot shipping container tiny home. Would you stay here? This
He's getting bigger. Yes, clerk at the front door. She's at the front door.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Torque Studio. Today we're tackling one of the most fascinating trends in modern architecture,
at least on the computer,
shipping
not that many
container homes.
applications pre-installed. Although here, I'm going to go back to my
These
favorite
industrial
design
chic
layouts,
dwellings
which
are
is the
popping
standard
up
Windows
everywhere,
layout,
from
which
urban
ostensibly
backyards
works
to
best.
remote countryside
It's great that when
locations.
you change your layout,
But
it
are
does
they
change
actually
setting for your
practical
panel,
for everyday
what we do
living?
here called the
Let's
taskbar,
take a
because they're
closer look.
really trying to make things easier for people coming from Windows. I had made that slightly bigger, so I'll go back over there, put it back to 64, which for me is the best size of the taskbar.
Why choose a container home? Container homes have captured the imagination of architects, environmentalists, and homeowners alike, and for good reason. At their core, they represent a brilliant marriage of sustainability and affordability. These steel structures, originally designed to withstand the rigors of ocean travel, are being repurposed into stunning, functional living spaces. By recycling shipping containers, we're reducing waste and minimizing the need for traditional construction materials, which often come with a heavy environmental toll. Beyond their eco-friendly appeal, container homes are also a practical solution for those looking to build quickly and on a budget. Their modular nature means they can be stacked, combined, and customized in endless ways, offering a level of flexibility that traditional homes simply can't match.
Last night and early today, at my direction, the United States And that 2 days ago, we have a great relationship. No, we were not happy with him buying oil from Russia because that lets Russia continue on with this ridiculous war where they've lost 1.5 million people. By the way, Russia's lost 1.5 million people, soldiers lost. This is a war that shouldn't have started. It's a war that Russia should have won in the first week and going into the 4th year. And I want to see it stop. So I was not happy that India was buying.
Fortress in the heart of Caracas to bring outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice. This was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence in American history. And if you think about it, there's some other good ones like the attack on Soleimani, the attack on al-Baghdadi, and the obliteration and decimation of the Iran nuclear sites just recently in an operation known as Midnight Hammer, all perfectly executed and done. No nation in the world could achieve what America achieved yesterday, or frankly in just a short period of time. All Venezuelan military capacities were rendered powerless as the men and women of our military working with U.S. law enforcement successfully captured Maduro in the dead of night. It was dark. The lights of Caracas were largely turned off due to a certain expertise that we have. It was dark and it was deadly. But captured along with his wife, Celia Flores, both of whom now face American justice. Maduro and Flores have been indicted in the Southern District of New York, Jay Clayton, for their campaign of deadly narco-terrorism against the United States and its citizens. I want to thank the men and women of our military who achieved such an extraordinary success overnight with breathtaking speed, power, precision, and competence. Really?
1,430 phase dipoles, 50 meters or 6 meters frequencies. Each one of these guys is a half-wave dipole, that's 3 meters or about 10 feet from there to there. They're all on wooden posts. They're dual polarization. And this is all steered by electronic phasing. So even back in the 50s, one knew that you could do this. In Europe, we will have another geospace
sort of waiting. What's called ready position. But they were completely overwhelmed and incapacitated. You would have seen what I saw. I'm not sure that you'll ever get to see it, but it was an incredible thing to see. Not a single American service member was killed, and not a single piece of American equipment was lost. Many helicopters, many planes, many people involved in that fight. Think of that, not one piece of military equipment was lost, not one service member was more importantly killed. The United States military is the strongest and most fearsome military on the planet by far. With capabilities and skills our enemies can scarcely begin to imagine. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world. There's no equipment like what we have. If you see that, even if you just look at the boat, we've knocked out 97% of the drugs coming in by sea. 90%. Each boat kills 25, on average, 25,000 people. We knocked out 97%. And those drugs mostly come from a place called Venezuela. We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. And it has to be judicious, because that's what we're all about. We want peace, liberty, and justice for the great people of Venezuela, and that includes many from Venezuela that are now living in the United States and want to go back to their country. It's their homeland. We can't take a chance that somebody else takes over Venezuela that doesn't have the good of the Venezuelan people in mind. Decades of that. We're not going to let that happen. We're there now, and what people don't understand, but they understand as I say this, we're there now, but we're going to stay until such time as the proper transition can take place. So we're going to stay until such time as we're going to run it essentially until such time as a proper transition can take place. As everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has been a bust, a total bust, for a long period of time. They were pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping and what could have taken place. We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money for the country. And we are ready to stage a second and much larger attack if we need to do so. So we were prepared to do a second wave if we needed to do so. We actually assumed that a second wave would be necessary, but now it's probably not. The first wave, if you'd like to call it that, first attack was not successful. We probably don't have to do a second, but we're prepared to do a second wave, a much bigger wave, actually. This was pinpoint, but we have a much bigger wave that probably won't have to do. This partnership of Venezuela with the United States of America, a country that everybody wants to be involved with because of what we were able to do and accomplish, will make the people of Venezuela rich, independent, and safe. And it will also make many, many people from Venezuela that are living in the United States extremely happy. They suffered. They suffered. So much was taken from them. They're not going to suffer anymore. The illegitimate dictator Maduro was the kingpin of a vast criminal network responsible for trafficking colossal amounts of deadly and illicit drugs into the United States. As alleged in the indictment, he personally oversaw the vicious cartel known as Cartel de las Solas, which flooded our nation with lethal poison responsible for the deaths of countless Americans, many, many Americans, hundreds and thousands over the years of Americans died because of him. Maduro and his wife will soon face the full might of American justice and stand trial on American soil. Right now, their ownership, they'll be heading to ultimately New York, and then a decision will be made, I assume, between New York and Miami or Florida. But we have people where the overwhelming evidence of their crimes will be presented in a court of law. And I've seen it. I've seen what we have. It's both horrible and breathtaking that something like this could have been allowed to take place. For many years after his term as president of Venezuela expired, Maduro remained in power and waged a ceaseless campaign of violence, terror, and subversion against the United States of America, threatening not only our people, but the stability of the entire region. You all saw it. In addition to trafficking gigantic amounts of illegal drugs that inflicted untold suffering and human destruction all over the country, all over in particular the United States. Maduro sent savage and murderous gangs, including the bloodthirsty prison gang, Tren de Aragua, to terrorize American communities nationwide, and he did indeed. They were in Colorado. They took over apartment complexes. They cut the fingers of people if they called police. They were brutal. They're not so brutal now. And I just have to congratulate our military, Pete, and everybody, and our National Guard, because the job that they've done, whether it's in Washington, D.C., where we have a totally safe city, where it was one of the most unsafe cities anywhere in the world, frankly, and now we have no crime in Washington, D.C.
Location 16-20.
A killing a terrorist attack a few weeks ago. A little bit of a different kind of a threat, but we haven't had a killing in a long period of time, 6-7 months. We used to have two, on average 2 a week in Washington, our capital. We don't have that anymore. The restaurants are open. They go in, they walk in their doors, walk in there, jump with their wives and walk to the restaurants are open all over Washington, D.C.
And so
So I want to thank the Judicial Guard, I want to thank our military, I want to thank law enforcement.
And in this respect, note that the upgrade tool will soon allow an upgrade employing about 17
Memphis, Tennessee right now, and crime is
Big
down.
dispatch radio code.
Just sort of started
Also,
weeks
head
ago.
on over
Crime is
to
down now
Download page.
77%. And the governor of Louisiana called, great person, and he wanted us to help him, as you know, in a certain very nice part of Louisiana, and we have done that. It was a rough section, and we have run down. I understand it's down to almost nothing already after 2.5 weeks. New Orleans, it's down to almost nothing, and we've only been there for 2.5 weeks. Can't imagine why governors wouldn't want us to help. We also help, as you know, in Chicago, and crime went down a little bit there. We did a very small help because we had no working ability with the governor. The governor was a disaster, and the mayor was a disaster. But it knocked down crime, but we're pulling out of there when they need us. We'll know. You'll know. We'll be writing about it. And likewise, Los Angeles, where we saved Los Angeles early on, where the head of the police department made a statement that if the federal government didn't come in, we would have lost Los Angeles. That's long after the fires. That's when they had the riots in Los Angeles. We did a great job. No credit for it whatsoever, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. We don't need that. But we'll be pulling out when they need us to call, or we'll go back if we have to. We'll go back. But we did a great job in various cities. But the place that we're very proud of is Washington, D.C., because it's our nation's capital. We took it from being a crime-ridden mess to being one of the safest cities in the country. The gangs that they sent raped, tortured, and murdered American women and children. They were in all of the cities I mentioned, Trinidad, and they were sent by Maduro to terrorize our people, and now Maduro will never again be able to threaten an American citizen or anybody from Venezuela. There will no longer be threats. For years I've highlighted the stories of those innocent Americans' lives were so heartlessly robbed by this Venezuelan terrorist organization. Really one of the worst, they'd say the worst. Americans like 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungari from Houston, beautiful Jocelyn Nungari, what happened to her? They, as you know, they kidnapped, assaulted, and murdered by Trinidad animals. They murdered Jocelyn and left her dead under the bridge. It was a bridge that will never be the same to so many people after seeing what happened. As I've said many times, the Maduro regime emptied out their prisons, sent their worst and most violent monsters into the United States to steal American lives. And they came from mental institutions and insane asylums. They came from prisons and jails. The reason I say both, they sound similar, actual prisons. A little bit more hostile, a little bit tougher. A mental institution isn't as tough as an insane asylum, but we got them both. They sent from their mental institutions, they sent from their jail prisons. They were drug dealers. They were drug kingpins. They sent everybody bad into the United States. But no longer. And we have now a border where nobody gets through. In addition, Venezuela unilaterally seized and sold American oil, American assets, and American platforms, costing us billions and billions of dollars. They did this a while ago, but we never had a president that did anything about it. They took all of our property, we built it. And we never had a president that decided to do anything about it. Instead, they fought wars that were 10,000 miles away. We built Venezuela country with American talent, drive, and skill, and the socialist regime stole it from us during those previous administrations, and they stole it with force. This constituted one of the largest thefts of American property in the history of our country. Considered the largest theft of property in the history of our country. Massive oil infrastructure was taken like we were babies, and we didn't do anything about it. I would have done something about it. America will never allow foreign powers to rob our people and drive us back into and out of our own hemisphere. That's what they did. Furthermore, under the now deposed dictator Maduro, Venezuela was increasingly hosting foreign adversaries in our region and acquiring menacing offensive weapons that could threaten U.S. interests and lives. And they used those weapons last night. Potentially in league with the cartels operating along our border. All of these actions were in gross violation of the core principles of American foreign policy, dating back more than 2 centuries, and not anymore. All the way back, it dated to the Monroe Doctrines. And the Monroe Doctrine is a big deal, but we've superseded it by a lot, by a real lot. They don't call it the Monroe Doctrine, and I don't know. It's Monroe Doctrine. We sort of forgot about it. It was very important, but we forgot about it. We don't forget about it anymore.
80 degrees out there.
National security strategy, American dominance in the Western Hemisphere will never be questioned again. Won't happen. So just in concluding, for decades, other administrations have neglected or even contributed to these growing security threats in the Western Hemisphere. Under the Trump administration, we are reasserting American power in a very powerful way.
Which is your
in our home region.
food items that don't need any preserve or pack and hold. These are your chips, your candies that get sold in your local hardware stores or your retail pharmacy stores, even dollar stores. So at this time, we currently permit those entities
protect commerce, territory, and resources that are core to national security. These are core to our national security. Just like tariffs are, they've made our country rich, and they've made our national security stronger than ever before. But these are the iron laws that have always determined global power, and we're going to keep it that way. We will secure our borders, we will stop terrorists, we will crash the cartels, and we will defend our citizens against all threats, foreign and domestic. The presidents may have lacked the courage or whatever to defend America, but I will never allow terrorists and criminals to operate with impunity against the United States. This extremely successful operation should serve as warning to anyone who would threaten American sovereignty or endanger American lives. Very importantly, the embargo on all Venezuelan oil remains in full effect. The American Armada remains poised in position, and the United States retains all military options until United States demands have been fully met and fully satisfied. All political and military figures in Venezuela should understand what happened to Maduro can happen to them, and it will happen to them if they aren't just fair even to their people. The dictator and terrorist, Maduro, is finally gone in Venezuela. People are free. They're free again. It's been a long time for them, but they're free. The America is a safer nation. This morning, it's a prouder nation this morning because it didn't allow this horrible person and this country that was doing very bad things to us. It didn't allow it to happen. And the Western Hemisphere is right now a much safer place to be. So I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank General Racing Kane. He's fantastic. And worked with a lot of generals.
When next going to restore yes, the ISO, the most precise performance of our military machine, not least by permitting
for justice. And I'm very proud of him, and I'm very proud of Secretary of War, who I'm going to ask to say a few words.
Because we're actually trackable. We still have the IP address, browser, behavior. Okay, and request from that public to comment on any items not explained. And these tools do more for your privacy than any ever will. So, yeah, to make
law enforcement by the greatest Americans our country has to offer. American warriors are second to none, the best in the world and the best of our country. What all of us witnessed last night was sheer guts and grit, gallantry, and glory of the American warrior. I'm simply humbled by such men. I tip my hat to our chairman, Dan Raisin Kane, and all those Americans who stood watch last night. Our warriors are the elite of America, and again, President Trump has your back. No other country on planet Earth, and it's not even close, could pull this kind of operation off. And no other president has ever shown this kind of leadership, courage, and resolve. The most powerful combination the world has ever seen. As the president said, our adversaries remain on notice. America can project our will anywhere, anytime. The coordination, the stealth, the lethality, the precision, the very long arm of American justice, all on full display in the middle of the night. Nicolas Maduro had his chance, just like Iran had their chance, until they didn't and until he didn't. He effed around, and he found out. President Trump is deadly serious about stopping the flow of gangs and violence to our country. Deadly serious about stopping the flow of drugs and poison to our people. Deadly serious about getting back the oil that was stolen from us. And deadly serious about reestablishing American deterrence and dominance in the Western Hemisphere. This is about the safety, security, freedom, and prosperity of the American people. This is America first. This is peace through strength. And the United States War Department is proud to help deliver it. Welcome to 2026, and under President Trump, America is back. I'd like to welcome now our Chairman Raisin Kane, to give a few more details about the operation.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning. Last night, on the order of the President of the United States and in support of a request from the Department of Justice, as the President said, the United States military conducted an apprehension mission in Caracas, Venezuela, to bring to justice two indicted persons, Nicolas and Cecilia Maduro. This operation, known as Operation Absolute Resolve, was discreet, precise, and conducted during the darkest hours of January 2nd and was the culmination of months of planning and rehearsal, an operation that, frankly, only the United States military could undertake. What I'd like to do this morning is talk you through some of the preparation and the details without compromising any of our tactics, techniques, and procedures. There is always a chance that we'll be tasked to do this type of mission again. Our interagency work began months ago and built on decades of experience of integrating complex air, ground, space, and maritime operations. While the past 2 decades have honed the skills of our special operations forces, this particular mission required every component of our joint force, with soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians working in unison with our intelligence agency partners and law enforcement teammates in an unprecedented operation. We leveraged our unmatched intelligence capabilities and our years of experience in hunting terrorists, and we could not have done this mission without the incredible work by various intelligence agencies, including the CIA, NSA, and NGA. We watched, we waited, we prepared, we remained patient and professional. This mission was meticulously planned, drawing lessons from decades of missions over the last many years, many missions over these last many years. This was an audacious operation that only the United States could do. It required the utmost of precision and integration within our joint force. And the word integration does not explain the sheer complexity of such a mission. An extraction so precise it involved more than 150 aircraft launching across the Western Hemisphere in close coordination, all coming together in time and place to layer effects for a single purpose: to get an interdiction force into downtown Caracas while maintaining the element of tactical surprise. Failure of one component of this well-oiled machine would have endangered the entire mission, and failure is never an option for America's joint force. Those in the air over Caracas last night were willing to give their lives for those on the ground and in the helicopters. Let me talk a little bit about the preparation. After months of work by our intelligence teammates to find Monduro and understand how he moved, where he lived, where he traveled, what he ate, what he wore, what were his pets, in early December, our force was set pending a series of aligned events. Key was choosing the right day to minimize the potential for civilian harm and maximize the element of surprise, and minimize the harm to the indicted personnel so, as the President said, they could be brought to justice. And as the President said earlier today, weather in Venezuela is always a factor this time of the year. And over the weeks, Christmas and New Year's, the men and women of the United States military sat ready, patiently waiting for the right triggers to be met as the President ordered us into action. Last night, the weather broke just enough, clearing a path that only the most skilled aviators in the world could maneuver through. Ocean, mountain, low cloud ceilings, but when tasked with the mission, this organization does not quit. At 10:46 p.m. Eastern Time last night, the President ordered the United States military to move forward with this mission. He said to us, and we appreciate it, Mr. President, good luck and Godspeed. And those words were transmitted to the entire joint force. Over the course of the night, aircraft began launching from 20 different bases on land and sea across the Western Hemisphere. In total, more than 150 aircraft, bombers, fighters, intelligence, reconnaissance, surveillance, rotary wing were in the air last night. Thousands and thousands of hours of experience were airborne. Our youngest crew member was 20, and our oldest crew member was 49, and there's simply no match for American military might. As the night began, the helicopters took off with the extraction force, which included law enforcement officers, and began their flight into Venezuela at 100 feet above the water. As they approached Venezuelan shores, the United States began layering different effects provided by Spacecom, Cybercom, and other members of the interagency to create a pathway. Overhead, those forces were protected by aircraft from the United States Marines, the United States Navy, the United States Air Force, and the Air National Guard. The force included F-22s, F-35s, F-18s, E-A-18s, E-2s, E-1 bombers, and other support aircraft, as well as numerous remotely piloted drones. As the force began to approach Caracas, the Joint Air Component began dismantling and disabling the air defense systems in Venezuela, employing weapons to ensure the safe passage of the helicopters into the target area. The goal of our air component was, and always will be to protect the helicopters and the ground force and get them to the target and get them moving. As the force crossed the last point of high terrain where they'd been hiding in the clutter, we assessed that we had maintained totally the element of surprise. As the helicopter force ingressed towards the objective at low level, we arrived at Maduro's compound at 1:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or 2:01 a.m. Caracas local time, and the apprehension force descended into Maduro's compound and moved with speed, precision, and discipline towards their objective, and isolated the area to ensure the safety and security of the ground force while apprehending the indicted persons. On arrival into the target area, the helicopters came under fire, and they replied with that fire with overwhelming force in self-defense. One of our aircraft was hit, but remained flyable, and as the President said earlier today, all of our aircraft came home, and that aircraft remained flyable during the rest of the mission. As the operation unfolded at the compound, our air and ground intelligence teams provided real-time updates to the ground force, ensuring those forces could safely navigate the complex environment without unnecessary risk. The force remained protected by overhead tactical aviation. Maduro and his wife, both indicted, gave up and were taken into custody by the Department of Justice, assisted by our incredible U.S. military with professionalism and precision, with no loss of U.S. life. After securing the indicted persons, the force began to prep for departure. Helicopters were called in to exfiltrate the extraction force, while fighter aircraft and remotely piloted aircraft provided overhead coverage and suppressive fire. There were multiple self-defense engagements as the force began to withdraw out of Venezuela. The force successfully exfiltrated and returned to their afloat launch bases, and the force was over the water at 3:29 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, with indicted persons on board. And both Maduro and his wife embarked aboard the USS Iwo Jima. In closing, what we've witnessed today is a powerful demonstration of America's joint force. We think, we develop, we train, we rehearse, we debrief, we rehearse again and again, not to get it right, but to ensure that we cannot get it wrong. Our jobs are to integrate combat power so that when the order comes, we can deliver overwhelming force at the time and the place of our choosing against any foe anywhere in the world. I'm immensely proud today of our joint force and filled with gratitude to represent them here today. There is simply no mission too difficult for these incredible professionals and families that stand by them and support them. As we stand here this morning, our forces remain in the region at a high state of readiness. We're prepared to project power, defend themselves, and our interests in the region. This operation is a testament to the dedication and unwavering commitment to justice and our resolve to hold accountable those who threaten peace and stability. In closing, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women who executed this mission. Their courage and tireless commitment to our nation are what makes us strong. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you, Mr. President.
Well, I don't have much to add to it other than the following. Nicolas Maduro was indicted in 2020 in the United States. He is not the legitimate president of Venezuela. It's not just us. The first Trump administration, the Biden administration, the second Trump administration, none of those two recognize him. He's not recognized by the European Union and other countries around the world. He is a fugitive of American justice. It was a $50 million reward, which I guess was $50 million. And, yeah, but I want to be clear about one thing. Nicolas Maduro had multiple opportunities to avoid this. He was provided multiple very, very, very generous offers and chose instead to act like a wild chose instead to play around. And the result is what we saw tonight. The other message here is the following. You have a guy, like many people around the world that like to play games, you have a guy who decides he's going to invite Iran into his country, is going to do the confiscation of American oil companies, is going to flood our country with gang members, is going to take American prisoners.
I think Steam is probably the best option, and I'm not a gamer, but I have actually tried this to some extent, because earlier on today I went to the software store and installed Steam, and therefore if you now look under here, under games, you will see, oh look, we could launch Steam. There it is. And I don't have a Steam browser to log in and try and show you something about, but I want to point out there are a reasonable number of games on Steam now available to support.
I don't understand yet how they haven't figured this out. And now, if you don't know, now you know. Because this is the way it's going to play out. And I think people need to understand that this is not a president that just talks and does letters, press conferences. And, if he says he's serious about something, he means it. And this is something that was a direct threat to the national interest of the United States. And the president addressed it. This is a president of peace, by the way. I told you, I just said earlier, this guy had multiple opportunities to find his way somewhere else and figure out another. He could have been living somewhere else right now very happy. But instead he wanted to play big boy. So now, he's got other sets of problems on his hands. And but I think the message here should be for the world. Look, the president doesn't go out looking for people to pick fights with. He's not generally wants to get along with everybody. We'll talk and meet with anybody. But don't play games. Don't play games with this president's in office, because it's not going to turn out well. And so I hope that, I guess that lesson was learned last night, and moving forward.
The U.S. is going to run Venezuela. So who's in power right now?
Well, we're going to be running it with a group, and we're going to make sure it's run properly. We're going to rebuild the oil infrastructure, which will cost billions of dollars. It'll be paid for by the oil companies directly. They will be reimbursed for what they're doing, but that's going to be paid. And we're going to get the oil flowing the way it should be. As you know, it's just a minor flow. It's actually a minor flow for what they have. But we're going to run it properly. We're going to make sure the people of Venezuela are taken care of. We're going to make sure the people that were forced out of Venezuela by this thug are also taken care of.
Mr. President, does the U.S. running the country mean that U.S. troops will be on the ground? How will that work?
Well, they always say boots on the ground. So we're not afraid of boots on the ground. We have to have boots on the ground last night at a very high level, actually. We're not afraid of it. We don't mind saying it. But we're going to make sure that that country is run properly. We're not doing this in vain. This is a very dangerous attack. This is an attack that could have gone very, very badly. Could have gone very badly. We could have lost a lot of people last night. We could have lost a lot of dignity. We could have lost a lot of equipment. The equipment is less important, but we could have lost a lot. And we're going to make sure that this is proper. We're there now. We're ready to go again if we have to. We're going to run the country right. It's going to be run very judiciously, very fairly. It's going to make a lot of money. We're going to give money to the people. We're going to reimburse the people that were taken advantage of. We're going to take care of everybody. It's very important. We couldn't let them get away with it. They stole we built that whole industry there, and they just took it over like we were nothing. We had a president that decided not to do anything about it. So we did something about it. We're late, but we did something about it. Yeah, please.
Can you explain the exact mechanism by which you're going to run the country? Are you going to designate a U.S.
Yes, it's all being done right now. We're designating people. We're talking to people. We're designating various people, and we're going to let you know who those people are.
What's the group you mentioned? Run Venezuela.
Well, it's largely going to be for a period of time. The people that are standing right now, we're going to be running it. We're going to be bringing it back. It's a dead, you're not talking about a dead country. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're a country doing better than any country anywhere in the world. And it required leadership. Venezuela has a lot of bad people in there, a lot of bad people that shouldn't be leading. We're not going to take a chance at one of those people take over for Maduro. So you can look at and others. We have fantastic people, including people in the military.
So we're going to have a group of people running it until such time as it can be put back on track, make a lot of money for the people, and give people a great way of life, and also reimbursement for people in our country that were forced out of Venezuela.
Would be.
You said earlier today that you weren't going to back Machado to come back and be the opposition leader in your Fox and Friends interview. And then you also mentioned the vice president of Venezuela. Are you going to work with the vice president of Venezuela? How do you foresee the relationship
Well, I
going?
understand she was just sworn in. She was, as you know, picked by Maduro. So Marco's working on that directly. He's just in a conversation with her. And she's essentially willing to do what we think is necessary to make Venezuela great again. Very simple.
Mr. President, Colombian President Gustavo Petro, a couple weeks ago, he said he's got to watch his ass. And today he said he's not concerned about anything happening to him in the aftermath of this operation. So, what your message is
Well,
about
he has
that?
cocaine mills. He has factories where he makes cocaine. And yeah, I think I stick by my first statement. He's making cocaine and sending it into the United States. So he does have to watch his ass.
Do you notify any members of Congress in advance?
Marco, do you want to talk about that? Because you were involved in
Sure. We call members of Congress immediately. This was not the kind of mission that you could get congressional notification on. It was a trigger-based mission in which conditions had to be met night after night and watched and monitored that for a number of days. So it's just simply not the kind of mission you can call people and say, hey, we may do this at some point in the next 15 days. It's largely a law enforcement function. Remember, at the end of the day, at its core, this was an arrest of 2 indicted fugitives of American justice. And the Department of War supported the Department of Justice in that job. Now, there are broader policy implications here. It's just not the kind of mission that you can pre-notify because it endangers the mission.
If I can add one thing to that, Congress has a tendency to leak. This would not be good. If they leaked, General, I think it would have been maybe a very different result. But I have to say, they knew we were coming at some point, you know. A lot of ships out there, they sort of knew we were coming. But Congress will leak, and we don't want leakage.
Mr. President. You were one of the only people to watch this all play out live. What was Maduro doing when the U.S. forces entered what I assume would be his home? And also, was there any point where the U.S. was considering if Maduro pushed back or resisted killing Maduro?
It could have happened. It could have happened. He was trying to get into a safe place. You know what a safe place is? All steel. And he wasn't able to make it to the door because our guys were so fast. They went through the opposition so fast. And there was a lot of opposition. You know, people were wondering, do we get them by surprise? Surprise, but they were waiting for something. There was a lot of opposition. There was a lot of gunfire. You saw some of it today. But he was trying to get to a safe place, which wasn't safe because we would have had the door blown up in about 47 seconds, they say on average, regardless of how thick the steel was. It was a very thick door. It was a very heavy door, but he was unable to get to that door. He made it to the door. He was unable to close it.
So where's Maduro going to be in the time being right now? Do you know his exact
Well,
whereabouts?
eventually, ultimately, in the near future, he's going to be brought to New York.
And where is he going to be held? Where is he going to be held in New York?
That's going to be up to the officials that do these things.
Mr. President, the U.S. has something of a mixed track record of ousting dictators without necessarily a plan for what comes afterwards. Does that weigh on your decision?
Well, that's when we had different precedents, but with me, that's not true. With me, we've had a perfect track record of winning. We win a lot, and we win. If you look at Soleimani, you look at al-Baghdadi, you look at the Midnight Hammer. Midnight Hammer was incredible. Right now, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. We have essentially peace in the Middle East because of that. If we weren't successful with Midnight Hammer, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. So, with me, you've had a lot of victories. You've had only victories. You've had no losses. Yeah.
Mr. President, can you, how long do you expect the U.S. to run Venezuela, and how soon do you want Venezuelan people to hold on?
I'd like to do it quickly, but it takes a period of time. We're rebuilding. We have to rebuild their whole infrastructure. The infrastructure is rotted. It's actually very dangerous. It's blow-up territory. Oil is very dangerous. It's a very dangerous thing to take out of the ground. It can kill a lot of people. It has killed a lot of people doing just that. The infrastructure is old. It's rotted. Much of it is stuff that we put there 25 years ago, and we're going to be replacing it. And we're going to take a lot of money out so that we can take care of the country.
Mr. President, China, Russia, and Iran have interests in Venezuela. How does its operation
has that viewing history so much off, even your in-store purchases.
Russia
Offload food and always power late.
But in terms
I mean,
of
that
other
phase,
countries
tracking
that
your
want
emotions
oil,
and health before you
we're in
even
the oil
realize
business.
yourself.
We're going to sell it to them.
So here's your real takeaway. Your TV is
In other words, we'll be selling oil.
the exact same playbook runs on
Probably
smart
much larger
speakers,
doses
cars,
because they couldn't produce
wearables,
very much
game
because their
consoles.
infrastructure was so big. So we'll be selling large amounts of oil to other countries, many of whom are using it now. But I would say many more will come.
Are you saying that, Mr. President, are you saying that?
Mr. President, thank you. What is your message to the people of Venezuela today? Of course, the civilian population specifically, they have a lot of questions. What is your message to the people of Venezuela?
That you're going to have peace, justice. You're going to have some of the riches that you should have had for a long period of time. It was stolen from you. But you're going to have peace and you're going to have safety. You're going to have justice. You're going to have a country. You're going to have a real country. You're going to have potentially a great country. You know, if you go back 20 years, maybe even a little longer ago, that was a great country. And they destroyed it. Remember I said that if we lose this election, the United States will be Venezuela on steroids. That's what would have happened. And we lost the election, the 2024 election. We suffered so badly when you look at the border from 2020. What they did, what Joe Biden administration did to our country should never be forgotten. But if we had to go through another year of that, we would be exactly where Venezuela was. In terms of, I used to say, if they win, we're going to be Venezuela on steroids, and that's what would have happened.
Thank you. Are you saying that Secretary Hegseth and Rubio are going to be running Venezuela, and will you be sending a U.S. military?
There's going to be a team that's working with the people of Venezuela to make sure that we have Venezuela right. Because for us to just leave, who's going to take over? I mean, there is nobody to take over. You have a vice president who's been appointed by Maduro. And right now she's the vice president, and she's, I guess, the president. She was sworn as president just a little while ago. She had a long conversation with Marco, and she said, we'll do whatever you need. I think she was quite gracious, but she really doesn't have a choice. We're going to have this done right. We're not going to just do this with Maduro, then leave like everybody else, leave and say, you know, let it go to hell. If we just left, it has zero chance of ever coming back. We'll run it properly. We'll run it professionally. We'll have the greatest oil companies in the world going and invest billions and billions of dollars and take out money, use that money in Venezuela. And the biggest beneficiary are going to be the people of Venezuela. And also, I can't stress this strongly enough, the people that get thrown out of Venezuela that are now in the United States, and frankly, some want to stay and some probably want to go back.
Protect Americans in the country, and were any of the detained Americans?
Well, right now they're very protected because nobody's going to mess with us. They're very protected. The people, and we let them know that you better not touch one of them.
Are you concerned that bad elements of the Maduro regime will remain in place?
Well, we know who they are. We're on them, and they're acting much differently now than they would have acted 2 days ago. Okay, wait behind you, please.
Mr. President, why is running a country in South America America first?
Well, I think it is because we want to surround ourselves with good neighbors. We want to surround ourselves with stability. We want to surround ourselves with energy. We have tremendous energy in that country. It's very important that we protect it. We need that for ourselves. We need that for the world. And we want to make sure we can protect it. Yes, sir. Please, go ahead.
Cuba and Diaz-Canel.
Well, Cuba's an interesting case. Cuba is, not doing very well right now. That system is not a very good one for Cuba. The people there have suffered for many, many years. And I think Cuba is going to be something we'll end up talking about because Cuba is a failing nation right now, very badly failing nation. And we want to help the people. It's very similar in the sense that we want to help the people in Cuba, but we want to also help the people that were forced out of Cuba and living in this country. Do you want to say something about that, Marco, please?
Well, I mean, I just gave you a statement a few minutes ago about you should take them seriously. Suffice it to say, Cuba is a disaster. It's run by incompetent, senile men, and in some cases, not senile but incompetent nonetheless. It has no economy. It's in total collapse. And by the way, they were record, all of the guards that Maduro, this is well known, their whole spy agency, all that was full of Cubans. I mean, they basically, it's amazing. This poor island took over Venezuela in some cases. One of the biggest problems that Venezuelans have is they have to declare independence from Cuba. They tried to basically colonize it from a security standpoint. So, yeah, look, I lived in Havana and I was in the government. I'd be concerned, at least a little bit. Well,
the system
right already
now
announced a week ago that anything that's sanctioned.
And once again,
Sanctioned
we're arriving at the
it's not going to be
uninstalled.
So that's
And here we are.
The answer is yes.
Various things that can be done here, some of which I will come to later in the video, but the critical one is that if you have an NVIDIA drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card.
Or the respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect.
Conclude on Bosnia and Northwest. I love what they got. It is a fantastic graph of the desktop. It is still a crucial applications, the settings of every build. You can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, constructed as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing the app.
Rebuilding, and we're not spending money. The oil companies are going to go in, they're going to spend money. We're going to take back the oil that, frankly, we should have taken back a long time ago. A lot of money is coming out of the ground. We're going to get reimbursed for all of that. We're going to get reimbursed for everything that we spend. So it's going to be it's going to be a very important. It's going to be a very important. This is a very big evening that took place last night. We have to be surrounded by safe, secure country, and we also have to have energy. Very important. We have to have energy, renewable energy. Not they're getting 4% to 5% of the energy out of the ground. You take a look at what's a disaster. So what's going to happen with Venezuela, I think, over the next period of a year, it's going to be a great thing. And the people of Venezuela will be the biggest beneficiaries.
Military. President, what did you last speak to Maduro about when you spoke? And
Well, I don't want to get into the conversations, but I did have conversations with him, and I said, you got to surrender. And I actually thought he was pretty close to doing so, but now he wished he did, yeah.
Mr. President, can you explain, you said Maduro talks about drug trafficking. You recently pardoned the former president of Honduras who was convicted in many drug trafficking. Can you explain how these two situations are different? And would you ever pardon Maduro?
I endorsed, as you know, the winning president, the man who won in Honduras. I endorsed the man who won in Chile. I endorsed the man who won in Argentina. And we are doing very well with that whole group. But the man that I pardoned was, if you could equate it to us, he was treated like the Biden administration treated a man named Trump. That didn't work out too well for them. This was a man who was persecuted very unfairly. He was the head of the country. He was persecuted very unfairly. And there are a number of them. And we felt that it was a very unfair situation that happened to him. He's also a party member of the man who won. So obviously the people liked what I did. And one of the reasons that was done is because of the fact that the party in power felt very strongly that that man was treated very badly. I studied it very quickly, and then I studied it in great detail. I went to a lot of the people standing behind me, and they felt that that man was persecuted and treated very badly. That's why I gave him a pardon.
Mr. President, you referenced boots on the ground earlier. Can you just sort of bend this up? Do you envision the U.S. military having a presence in Venezuela as the U.S. runs things?
No, we're going to have presence in Venezuela as it pertains to oil, because we have to have, we're sending our expertise in. So you may need something, not very much. But no, we're going to be taking out a tremendous amount of wealth out of the ground, and that wealth is going to the people of Venezuela and people from outside of Venezuela that used to be in Venezuela, and it goes also to the United States of America in the form of reimbursement for the damages caused us by that country. So I want to thank you all very much. Thank you. Do you have one? Yes, please. You were so nice before. I'm going to give you the final question. Unless it's a bad question, in which case I'll go one more.
It's about Putin.
About Putin.
Okay.
So it's nice
You had a phone call with him on Monday. Did he talk at all about Maduro? Did you talk about this?
No, we didn't. We never spoke about Maduro.
Are you mad at him right now? I mean, there's this
I'm not thrilled with Putin. I'm not thrilled with Putin. He's killing too many people.
There was that
I
intelligence.
thought that would be so. I settled 8 1/4 war. You know what the 1/4 was? Thailand and Cambodia. I did it again. They broke out, and I did it in about 5 hours, and I settled it. I'm giving myself 1/4, so I'm at now 8 1/4. In other words, I settled the war, but then they broke out. They had a pretty bad breakout over the last 4 days. I got them to go back to peace. So I only give 1/4. I thought the easiest one would be, one of the easier ones would be Russia, Ukraine. It's not. And they both have done some pretty bad things. And look, that's Biden's war. That's not my war. But I want to stop the lives. Did you see where last month, 30,000, this last, it was 27,000 the month before. 30,000, mostly soldiers, were killed this last month. 30,000. I want to stop that. You know, I got NATO to pay 5% instead of the 2% that they weren't paying. They weren't paying 2, now they pay 5. And we send them a lot of munitions, we send them a lot of things, missiles and various other things, a lot. And they pay it. The United States is not losing money, we're probably making money on that. It's the last thing I care about. I just want to stop all those people. We're losing 25,000, 30,000 human beings. They come from 2 places that are very far away. But if I can stop, because it's something I've been pretty good at doing, deals, I guess, it's all a deal. Life is a big deal. But if I can stop that war and stop 30,000 young people, in addition to the fact that people are being killed in Kiev, people are being killed in other cities throughout, you know, a much smaller number, but they're being killed, viciously killed. So I'm not happy about it. But that would be something that would get solved. We have Mr. Woodcock here. I think that we're making progress, but that's a war that should have never happened. If I were president, it would have never happened. Putin says it. Everybody says it. If I were president, that would have never happened. But I inherited that war. That was Joe Biden, Zelensky, and Putin. I came into the situation, and it's a mess. And I will say this. I watched an operation last night that was so precise. It was so brilliant. I mean, it was incredible. If we had our people, like this general, and our people involved, that war would not have gone on very long, that I can tell you. That war, to use an old term, that war has become a bloodbath, and we want it to get stopped. Thank you very much.
Take over the country. Can you share about your conversation with the Vice President?
Yeah, they'll probably be fighting over the money for years.
The recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Tossing and Northwest,
welcome back to the Derelict Works Renovation Series. In this episode, I'll look at everything that's happened so far, from clearing out mountains of junk to rebuilding the chimney, repairing the roof, and picking up the workshop tools to make that abandoned building useful after decades of neglect. At the end of the episode, I'll share project updates, and what's coming next.
Elections, Trump.
Important part of your settings because we're actually making practical. With your IP browser.
Okay, any requests from the public? A VPN doesn't have comment on any items 9 through 28.
And these tools do more of your copy than any VPN in the world. So first we have
He is still hard to know because the English army is.
Right. Yeah, that's it. But am I in the UK? Right, let me just find London. I need to create an account. You need a local account. You need to go online here to see your local account. Just set this up. The password there is fair to the system. And we did have an option here to look at automatically. No, I'm going to leave them to require a password.
Use the XR as a spectrum of devices. From headsets that's right. One end, you have powerful headsets, shorter, more immersive computing power. Try watching 3D movies, playing games, and getting work done. On the other, you have lightweight AI glasses providing all-day wear, quick access to information. And in the middle, devices blend the two. We already use an ecosystem of devices. From laptop
I see him. I'm just pushing through that. Let's see. That's a little bit. Finish it.
Working copy only tomorrow 02. Therefore, I'll show you where.
Shield suspended.
Everybody watching live, room listening
The
live.
benefit of container living. One of the biggest draws of container homes is their cost effectiveness. Because the basic structure, the steel container, is already in place, construction can be significantly cheaper than building from scratch. And since containers are designed to be transported easily, they're perfect for remote locations where traditional building might be difficult or expensive. But affordability isn't the only perk. Container homes are incredibly durable, built to resist harsh weather and even seismic activity. They're also highly customizable. Whether you want a minimalist, tiny home or a sprawling multi-container mansion, the possibilities are endless. Next, challenges that you should know about. Of course, container homes aren't without their challenges. One of the biggest hurdles is insulation. Steel conducts heat, so without proper treatment, your home could turn into an oven in summer or a freezer in winter. Soundproofing can also be an issue, as rain or hail on a metal roof can get loud. Then there's the issue of permits and zoning laws. Not all areas are container home friendly, and navigating local regulations can be a headache. And while the containers themselves are sturdy, modifying them, cutting windows or doors, for example, requires skilled labor to ensure the structural integrity isn't compromised. Finally, rust and corrosion can be a concern if the containers aren't properly treated or maintained
Shield
over
active.
time.
Well, I'm sold on it because I came up with the idea a long, long time ago.
And the system will now reboot. And once again, we're arriving in the Linux Mint, this time installed on the computer. So I'll just log in. And here we are back on the desktop with a welcome wizard. And there's various things that can be done here, some of which I will do later in the video. But the critical one is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, and on this computer there is an NVIDIA graphics card, you need to launch the driver manager to install the right driver.
Key design considerations. If you're serious about a container home, here's what to focus on. First, orientation matters. Position your home to maximize natural light while minimizing heat gain. Second, invest in high-quality insulation. Spray foam is popular for its effectiveness. Third, think carefully about window placement. They're essential for livability, but weaken the structure. And finally, don't skimp on professional help. An architect experienced with containers can save you from costly mistakes.
All very exciting indeed. Let's take a look at what we have in the menu here. In the menu, I think the first thing you notice is this will be pretty familiar to people who are used to using current versions of Windows. And if you want to configure it, there's lots of really good settings available. Not only do we have the normal Linux type of settings, but we have the Zorin Appearance tab. If we bring that up, you'll see we have different layouts available. And the first layout is what they call Windows-like. It's what we've got here. We've also got Windows.
Is a container home right for you? So who are these homes best suited for? If you value sustainability, appreciate industrial design, and want a home that can potentially be relocated, they're worth considering. But if you need lots of space or prefer traditional home features, you might find the compromises too great. The sweet spot seems to be for minimalist dwellers, vacation homes, or creative office spaces.